part in joint exercise which is taking place right now in Tapovan. So we just showed you how the personnel of US and Indian Army shown that how did they rescue a person, a casualty who was stuck there on the cliff where when a disaster occurred. So narrative was given here that disaster has occurred, and because of the flash flood which has occurred in Joshimath, the bridge was collapsed, and when there was no connection between Joshimath and Malari, the person had to climb the mountain and rescue the people who were stuck on that particular cliff of this mountain. So here the rescue operation is taking place where the army personnel are trying to tell us, trying to showcase as to how do they do the rescue operations whenever any kind of disaster occurs in mountainous areas. This is Piyush Mishra with video journalist Rick in Tapovan for Public TV. Indian and US forces is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. There's a drill which they are right now showcasing, and that's the search and rescue operation drill.
The NIA has targeted the gangster network in North India as raids are being conducted by the agency in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan. Congress President Malegaon Kharge, during his address at a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared Prime Minister Modi with Ravan.
YS Sharmila, she was seated in a car. She wanted to drive till the CM's camp office, but she wasn't allowed, and then the police officials stored the vehicle. She was brought at the SR Nagar police station.
Taran district of Punjab. This was the second Pakistani drone that has been shot down by the border security force in past 24 hours in Punjab.
The Delhi police has filed a petition at the court getting this narco test done on December 1, and this has been accepted.
ये कानून 3 साल पहले पारित हो चुका है। अगर दम जिसके पास है वो चालू करा रहा, ये तो सेंट्रल कानून है, ये सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेशन है। मोदी सरकार के पास ये उनकी जेब में है, ये लागू कराने किसने रोका है? क्यों नहीं लागू कर सकते? सीए अगर लागू होगी ना, ज्यादा हिंदू लोगों का खतरा बनेगी। ये मैं हाथ से आप इसको संज्ञान में ले लेना चाहिए कि ये जो सीए है और जो एनआरसी है, ये बस चुनावी ये औजार है। सिर्फ चुनाव की मकसद के लिए ये सारे की बात हो रहे हैं, सीए और एनआरसी। बस ये बात हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है। अगर सरकार चाहे तो कर सकते हैं, सरकार उनके पास है। ये हो सकता है, अगर कोई शासन के लिए कुछ भी हो सकता है, हमें इसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। कानून व्यवस्था को अगर सही ढंग से चलाना है, इसके लिए कोई निर्णय ले सकते हैं सरकार की अपनी ये अधिकार बनते हैं।
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with raw materials which escalated the spread of the fire. As a result, thick smoke engulfed the nearby areas. As per initial report, some people were inside the factory while the fire broke out, but all were safely rescued and no casualties were reported. According to the fire department, 4 fire tenders tried to douse the fire. It is also alleged that no fire extinguishing system was installed inside the factory. Fire officials have stated that a detailed investigation has been launched, but the reason of the fire is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. Initial reports suggest that the accident took place due to a collision.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV. A few hours back, we saw some dramatic footage from Punjab just outside the Chief Minister's residence, how farmers were thrashed brutally by the police. We're getting your reactions on that and all the breaking news related to that story. First up, let's have a quick check on the headlines. Another clincher on Malegaon fraud. Witness statement reveals he was threatened during investigation. Lapid echoes lobby line, calls India intolerant after his Kashmir files statement. Police under Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab rain lathis on protesting farmers right outside the CM residence.
एक एक्सपेरिमेंट है, प्रोएक्टिव एक्शन है और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जरूरी एक्शन है। बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लिया है प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने।
Union Home Minister Amit Shah hints at a plan for pan-India anti-radicalization cell if it works in Gujarat. Enforcement Directorate questions Telugu superstar Vijay Deverakonda over alleged illegal funding to his film Liger. Yudh Abhyas 2022 spooks China. Beijing objects to India-US military exercise near LAC. And this afternoon, we saw massive protests in Sangrur, which is Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's hometown. We saw protests led by farmers and the brutal crackdown by the police under the Aam Aadmi Party government. Now, what is striking everyone is the hypocrisy of the Aam Aadmi Party, who in fact had supported the farmers' protest at the Singhu border. But when it comes to their state in Punjab, they rained lathis and there was a brutal crackdown on the protesting farmers. These are the pictures that we got from Sangrur this afternoon, where farmers were beaten, thrashed and chased out of the protest site, which was right outside the Punjab Chief Minister's residence in Sangrur. We're getting responses to this big political story from Punjab. Let's listen in.
Well, it's extremely unfortunate in a democratic dispensation. Everybody has a constitutional right to protest. If the government is not able to meet the demands of a particular section of society, be it farmers, be it teachers, be it other sections of society, the correct way is to talk to them rather than lathi charge them. And insofar as the farmers are concerned, they are the people who feed the entire nation. Punjab is the granary of the country. Punjab contributes the maximum to India's food security. So therefore, under those circumstances, when you're dealing with farmers, you need to be extra sensitive.
It's really strange, painful and hurting that innocent, simple people who were protesting for their rights and who acted on the advice of the Honorable Chief Minister has been given this bad treatment which they never deserved. The Chief Minister, few days back, when the farmers of the Punjab stopped the roads, blocked the railway track, made a statement that I advise them and suggest them not to block the roads, not to block the rail tracks. If at all they are to protest, they have a right to protest. They should gheraw the house of Chief Minister, the ministers, the MPs and the MLAs, so that the people who matter should know about their demands. Unfortunately, these poor farm workers and the farmers, when tried to convey their demands by protesting outside the house of CM in Sangrur, they have been beaten. I think even the aliens, the Britishers have not treated the Indians like this, what this Aam Aadmi Party has done with the people of the state.
This is the true face of the Aam Aadmi Party. They made big promises to the farmers, But today, when the farmers, the workers are going to demand their rights, in a peaceful manner, they went to the house of the Chief Minister of Punjab. They are getting lathis in return. And this is not the first time. Even before this, for days on end, the farmers had to sit outside the house of Bhagwant Manji. That time too, they were demanding that the election promises that were made, that their compensation for the crop damage should be increased, that they should be paid more vetan, more allowances in the various schemes. They were asking for their legitimate rights, but instead of giving them their legitimate rights, instead of fulfilling the promises they made in the elections, even in Lambi, the farmers had been cracked down upon in a very brutal manner using police force and lathi. This shows the true face, and AAP does not mean Aam Aadmi Party, it means anti-people, anti-peasant party. This is because Chief Minister of Punjab and the Aam Aadmi Party government is busy in campaigning. They are campaigning mein mast, and the farmers are thrust. And when the farmers go for demanding their legitimate rights, they are beaten up, because this is the true face of the Aam Aadmi Party.
जी लाठीचार्ज बिल्कुल नहीं किया गया है। यहाँ पे जो प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है वो बहुत ही शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से चल रहा है, और कुछ एक फ्रैक्शन जो इनका है प्रोटेस्टर्स का, उसने थोड़ा एग्रेसिव होकर पुलिस के साथ में स्कफल करने की कोशिश की, तो जिसको इनके मोतबार लोगों ने और पुलिस के अफसरों ने बड़ा शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से उसको साइड में करके और जो है इस धरने को पीसफुली रखवाया है, और किसी भी तरीके का स्कफल, एग्रेसिव स्कफल जो है पुलिस और प्रोटेस्टर के बीच में नहीं हुआ है। और धरना जो है, उनकी जो डिमांड्स है वो हमने डीसी साहब के थ्रू सीएम साहब के ऑफिस से साथ में टाई अप करके और इनका मीटिंग का शेड्यूल हम करवा रहे हैं। तो बाकी सिचुएशन पीसफुल है। जो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि एक एग्रेसिव फ्रैक्शन इनका था, जिन्होंने जो है बैरिकेड्स को पुश करने की इस तरीके की कोशिश करी है, तो उनको टैकल करके और मैनेज करके पीसफुली और उनको साइड में कर दिया गया।
We have Amandeep joining us live on this broadcast. Amandeep, you have been closely following the developments in Punjab, the protests that are taking place outside Bhagwant Man's residence while he is campaigning in Gujarat. What are you picking up from the protesters who were peacefully protesting outside Bhagwant Man's residence, putting their demands for minimum wages and the crackdown that followed?
Well, absolutely, Sanika. This is basically a dual character government. On one side, when the protest was happening at the Delhi borders, Aam Aadmi Party was the one party in the Delhi government, and Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann, they all stated that this is the basic right of the farmers to protest according to the democracy. And in fact, if they are sitting in a peaceful protest, the government should not apply the force. But what happened today? The biggest question, Sanika, here is that Sangrur police applied force when the protesters were sitting outside the Chief Minister's residence in Sangrur. Who has given the order to the police to lathi charge against the farmers? Who has given the order to apply the force against the farmers? Is it in the notice of Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann the police is applying force, or is the orders has been given directly from the Chief Minister just because he is holding the Home Department, and in fact it is his residence where the protest was happening? That is the biggest question. Or the police have taken their own call, or the administration has given the orders to the police to lathi charge. And if that happened, and if the Chief Minister has not rolled out these orders of the lathi charge, then the action should be taken against the police officials or the administrative officials regarding this lathi charge. Just because they are sitting in a very peaceful manner, Sanika, they are sitting in a very peaceful manner, and their demands are very logic. And in fact, they were demanded that at least the assurance that was given by the Chief Minister in the last meeting, that should be in a written manner. And so far, nothing has been implemented regarding the promises made by the Bhagwant Mann government to these farmers. That was the just demand of the farmers who were sitting on the protest. And in fact, now when Chief Minister's office has given the time to meet Chief Minister with the farmers, the meeting has been scheduled on 21st of December. Again, the farmers has called off their protest. Look at the intent of these farmers who were protesting. They don't want to indulge into any kind of violence. They don't want to indulge in any kind of violent protest. But despite all these efforts, police has applied the force on the farmers, which is actually very surprising and shocking, and even the big embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party government. Yes, San.
Amandeep, thank you very much for joining us live, and we believe you'll keep a close watch on the developments taking place in Punjab and keep getting us the responses to the brutal crackdown that took place in Sangrur earlier today.
Time and again we have seen that the Kashmiri Pandits community has condemned this. The Kashmiri Pandit community has made it very clear that the Kashmir Files movie has portrayed the reality. We'll try to speak to some of the Kashmiri Pandits here, those who can speak on this, that what they are. Because see, the Kashmiri Pandit community here, they have been time and again saying that जो कल इजराइल के डायरेक्टर ने कमेंट किया था, उन्होंने आज कहा है कि भारत में जो हो रहा है वो गलत है और इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने जो है इस फिल्म को गलत तरीके से पुश किया है. किस तरह देखते हैं आप?
नहीं, अगर वो जूरी मेंबर किसी और कंट्री का, उसको सबसे पहले भ्रमण करना चाहिए. जो हमारा 19 में जेनोसाइड हुआ है वो क्यों हुआ है, कैसे हुआ है, उससे या तो उसको पता नहीं है कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ क्या हुआ. अगर वो खुद उसे देखा होगा, उसे रिसर्च किया होता, वो यहाँ पर कैंपों पे आया होता, तो वो बात नहीं करता है. अगर वो इजराइल से ये ताल्लुक रखता है, उसको फिर पहले फलस्तीन की बात करनी चाहिए.
लेकिन आज उसने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया पे अटैक किया है, ये कहा कि फासिस्ट पॉलिसी है गवर्नमेंट की कश्मीर पे.
ऐसा कुछ देखिए, हम ये चाहते हैं कि हम अपना हक मांगते हैं. कश्मीरी पंडित क्यों हर वक्त बली पाव बकरा बनेगा? आज नहीं, 47 से पहले हमें 47 से पहले मैं बात करता हूं कि हमें परेशान किया गया. तो आज भी हम आप देखिएगा कैसे है, किस तरह सड़कों पर क्यों है. तो हमें कश्मीर फाइलों में क्या दिखाया गया? 5% भी नहीं दिखा गया है. ये मैं मानता हूं कि कुछ लोगों ने हमें वहां सपोर्ट भी उस वक्त किया, वो नहीं, मगर दिखाया गया 5% टोटल दिखाया गया. जो असली हिरवासी वो वहाँ हम पर बीती है, वहाँ हम पर गुजरी है, वो कहानी कुछ और से भी दर्दनाक है.
लेकिन उसने कहा कि इंडिया में आप बोलने की आज़ादी जो है वो खत्म हो रही है.
नहीं, उसका पता नहीं क्या नजरिया, कौन सा ग्रुप है वो, या तो उन फिल्म जिन्होंने बनाई है उनके साथ उनका कोई जाती मसला है. तो बाकी अगर हमारे कम्युनिटी पर उसने अटैक किया, वो बिल्कुल शर्मनाक बात है, हम उसकी निंदा करते हैं.
And we're heading into a short break right now. After the break, we'll get you that exclusive interview of Home Minister Amit Shah, where he spoke about anti-radicalization cells. And Yudh Abhyas 2022 has spooked China. Beijing objects to India-US military exercise near the LAC.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं. अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए.
ये कानून 3 साल पहले पारित हो चुका है. अगर दम जिसके पास है वो चालू करा रहा हो. ये तो सेंट्रल कानून है, ये सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेशन है. मोदी सरकार के पास ये उनकी जेब में है. ये लागू कराने किसने रोका है? क्यों नहीं लागू कर सकते? सीए अगर लागू होगी ना, ज्यादा हिंदू लोगों का खतरा बनेगी. ये मैं आज से आप इसको संज्ञान में ले लेना चाहिए कि ये जो सीए है और जो एनआरसी है, ये बस चुनावी ये औजार है. सिर्फ चुनाव की मकसद के लिए ये सारे की बात हो रहे हैं, सीए और एनआरसी. बस ये बात हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है. अगर सरकार चाहे तो कर सकते हैं, सरकार उनके पास है. ये हो सकता है, अगर कोई शासन के लिए कुछ भी हो सकता है. हमें इसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. कानून व्यवस्था को अगर सही ढंग से चलाना है, इसके लिए कोई निर्णय ले सकते हैं सरकार की अपनी ये अधिकार बनते हैं.
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with raw materials which escalated the spread of the fire. As a result, thick smoke engulfed the nearby areas. As per initial report, some people were inside the factory while the fire broke out, but all were safely rescued and no casualties were reported. According to the fire department, 4 fire tenders tried to douse the fire. It is also alleged that no fire extinguishing system was installed inside the factory. Fire officials have stated that a detailed investigation has been launched, but the reason of the fire is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. Initial reports suggest that the accident took place due to a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa area. Police teams rushed to the spot and injured were shifted to the nearest hospital.
प्राथमिकता के आधार पर पुलिस बल सवेरे से ही तैनात है। जैसे ही घटना की सूचना मिली, पुलिस के लोगों ने रेस्क्यू किया है और जो घायल हैं गंभीर रूप से उनका जिला अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है। शेष सामान्य घायल यहाँ CHC पर हैं।
Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid, who insulted Kashmir files at Indian International Film Festival, has now targeted India. Speaking to an Israeli media house, Lapid said that what's going on in India is crazy. He raised questions over India's Kashmir policy. Outraged over the insults by Israeli filmmaker, Kashmiri Pandits protested in Jammu. Kashmiri Pandits asked the filmmaker to come on ground and witness the pain. Angry Pandits said that the filmmaker's thoughts are vulgar.
मैं इस बंदे को एक एजेंट के रूप में देखता हूँ। इस बंदे को प्लांट किया गया है और उसने इफी के स्टेज पे एक बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट किया है। ये एक वाइट कॉलर टेररिस्ट था जो चेयरमैन ऑफ जूरी के नाम पे अपॉइंट किया गया।
Telangana Governor Tamilisai Soundararajan has expressed her anguish and questioned KCR over YS Sharmila's arrest. The governor said that women leaders and cadres need to be treated in a more dignified and respectful way. DMK has filed a fresh affidavit in the Supreme Court opposing CAA. DMK said that CAA is against India's fabric of secularism. DMK raised the issue of Tamilians and said that Indian Tamilians are living in refugee camps in constant fear of deportation in the state. DMK also alleged center of practicing a stepmotherly treatment with Tamilians. Fresh arrest has been made in Liquorgate. Businessman Amit Arora is the latest arrest in the scam. As per sources, Amit Arora has been arrested under the criminal sections of Prevention of Money Laundering Act. CBI has given out summons to Telangana Minister Gangula Kamlakar and TRS MP Vadiraju Ravichandra. Both the leaders have been asked to appear in Delhi. Earlier, Telangana Minister was raided by the IT department. For 8th straight day, the server at AIIMS were running down and AIIMS was forced to run the systems on manual mode. Agencies have found an IP address belonging to a neighbouring country and are investigating whether it's an insider job or if there is a foreign hand in the cyber attack. Bilkis Bano has filed a plea in the Supreme Court challenging the order on release of the rape convicts. We have her husband, Yaqub Rasool, who is joining us live to give us more details about the petition that has been filed by Bilkis Bano in Supreme Court. And I would like to go straight to Mr. Yaqub Rasool. Yaqub Rasool, if you could tell us about the petition. Yaqub Rasool ji, क्या आप हमें सुन पा रहे हैं? जी क्या आप हमारे दर्शकों को बता पाएंगे कि ये जो आपने याचिका दर्ज की है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, उस याचिका में क्या मेंशन्ड है, क्या लिखा है, आपकी क्या डिमांड्स है?
इस याचिका में बिल्किस ने वही डिमांड की है कि वो जो 11 कन्विक्ट्स को जो छोड़ दिया गया है उसको वापस जेल भेजा जाए।
जी, क्या आप डिटेल में बता पाएंगे कि याचिका में क्या मेंशन्ड है कि उस वक्त का जो हॉरर क्या आपने मेंशन किया है याचिका में, क्या क्या लिखा गया है?
देखो, याचिका में वही लिखा गया, हमारे वकील सब ने सब चीज़ें लिखी है और उन्होंने बताया है कि जो बिल्किस के जो कन्विक्ट है, जो 15 अगस्त को जिन छोड़ दिया जो पॉलिसी के तहत, उनको ये करके और उनको जो बिल्किस को इंसाफ मिलना चाहिए, उनको वापस जेल भेजने के लिए।
इनफैक्ट याकूब जी, जब ये रेपिस्ट जब बाहर निकले थे, कुछ इमेजेस आए थे, कुछ विजुअल्स आए थे हमारे पास जिसमें दिखाया गया था कि इनको इन रेपिस्ट्स को हीरो की तरह वेलकम किया गया था, इन कॉन्विक्ट्स को उनको हार पहनाया गया था और उनका वैसे वेलकम किया गया था। उस बात पे आपका क्या रिएक्शन होगा?
उस बात पे हम बहुत मायूस है कि इतने बड़े अपराधियों को आज इस तरह का सम्मान दिया जाता है, तो हमारे देश की नारी शक्ति का अपमान सबसे बड़ा हुआ है। जी, और याकूब रसूल जी, हमने देखा है कि पिछले कुछ महीनों में इस केस पर बहुत वाद विवाद हुआ है, कुछ पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट, बहुत सारी पॉलिटिकल फाइट भी हुई है, तो उस बात पे आपका क्या रिएक्शन होगा? देखो, हम पॉलिटिक्स की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम इंसाफ की बात कर रहे हैं। पहले भी हमने इंसाफ की बात की है और आज भी हम जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए हुए हैं बिल्किस, तब भी हम इंसाफ के लिए ही बात करेंगे और हमको उम्मीद है सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कि बिल्किस को इंसाफ मिलेगा।
जी, और हम थैंक यू वेरी मच याकूब रसूल जी। हम देखते रहेंगे कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जब ये मामला जाता है तो किस हिसाब से लिया जाएगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस ऑन रिपब्लिक टीवी और आपका ओपिनियन जनता को बताने के लिए।
At the height of the farmers' protest at the Singhu border, the Aam Aadmi Party shared the platform with the farmer leaders back then. Several years ago, the Aam Aadmi Party offered langar to the farmers who are protesting at Singhu. But to the farmers who are protesting in Punjab, lathis seems to be the answer. Langar at Singhu, lathis at Sangru. Biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
झांके झरोके से झांके, देख के दम है छोटे बड़े सारे। झांके रे झांके, फ्यूचर को ये ताके, तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके। झांके रे झांके।
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. Initial reports suggest that the accident took place due to a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa area. Police teams rushed to the spot and injured were shifted to the nearest hospital.
प्राथमिकता के आधार पर पुलिस बल सवेरे से ही तैनात है। जैसे ही घटना की सूचना मिली, पुलिस के लोगों ने रेस्क्यू किया है और जो घायल हैं गंभीर रूप से, उनका जिला अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है। शेष सामान्य घायल यहाँ CSC पर हैं और ये बाकी सारी चीज़ें इसकी जांच कराई जा रही है।
However, according to the officials, cause of the accident is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Indian and US forces is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. There's a drill which they are right now showcasing, and that's the search and rescue operation drill.
The NIA has targeted the gangster network in North India as raids are being conducted by the agency in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan. Congress President Malegaon during his address at a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening compared Prime Minister Modi with Ravan.
YS Sharmila. She was seated in a car. She wanted to drive till the CM's camp office, but she wasn't allowed. And then the police officials stored the vehicle. She was brought at the SR Nagar police station.
Taran district of Punjab. This was the second Pakistani drone that has been shot down by the border security force in past 24.
At the height of the farmers' protest at the Singhu border, the Aam Aadmi Party shared the platform with the farmer leaders back then. Several years ago, the Aam Aadmi Party offered langar to the farmers who were protesting at Singhu. But to the farmers who are protesting in Punjab, lathis seems to be the answer. Langar at Singhu, lathis at Sangrur. Biggest story tonight at 7 p.m.
These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 90s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Thank you for joining us on the biggest story tonight. I'm Niranjan, and at 7 p.m. we're getting you the pictures right behind me now. These are the pictures of what happened in Sangrur. Right outside the Chief Minister of Punjab's residence, this is Bhagwant Man's residence. Bhagwant Man, the same Bhagwant Man, the same Aam Aadmi Party that in 2020 and 2021 went to the Singhu border, sat with the farmers there and said that they will fight for these farmers and ensure that there will never be another protest again. And this is what happened in Sangrur, where one of the most brutal crackdowns on our farmers has been captured in video. Back then, and we'll get you both the pictures in just a few seconds, on both these walls we'll tell you what they said versus what they did. During the Singhu protests, they offered langar to farmers in Singhu. In Sangrur, farmers are getting lathis. That's the reality in Punjab. Here are the headlines on the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m. A Republic Super exclusive on the show tonight. We're getting you more details of the Malegaon fraud being debated with Arnab, part 3 of the exclusive on Republic today. The Lapid lobby. That's Nadav Lapid, the Israeli filmmaker who's gone rogue along with the Toolkit gang and the lobby in India. His truth is out. He's making political statements. The agenda is clear. It was never about just a film. Lapid attacks Indian government, attacks Kashmir Files, slams India's policy on Kashmir, calls it fascist. Home Minister Abhyas confirms the anti-radicalization cell plan, saying it's an experiment in Gujarat, will go national if all goes well. Langar at Singhu, lathis in Sangrur. We'll tell you how the volte-face on farmers vis-a-vis AAP is playing out tonight. Is China spooked by India-US Yudh Abhyas, or the war games near LAC? It's happening in Uttarakhand, 100 kilometers from the border with China. Beijing is not happy. Starting with the pictures from Sangrur in Punjab, where protesters landed up outside the Chief Minister of Punjab's residence. Now, these with the pictures that came in. Thousands of them have been marching, have been protesting for not just the last few days, but for several weeks and months together. Now, their demands are simple. They wanted a minimum support price. They've been talking about it. They've also been protesting on highways. Now, the similarities are many between what happened in Singhu and what happened in Punjab. Similarities because both sets of farmers, and both of them from Punjab, have been asking for MSP. They've been debating, speaking to different stakeholders in Punjab, including the government of Punjab. But when it came to the protests, now both of them also blocked highways. Now in Singhu, when the farmers' protest happened, at the height of the protest, you didn't see a brutal crackdown on these farmers. But what happened today, these are the pictures coming in. We'll play those pictures, full frame of how the police in Sangrur cracked down on these farmers. Look at those pictures. And I'm going across to my colleague Amandeep, joining us live from Punjab. In fact, he's in Sangrur. Amandeep, what were they protesting for? What were their demands? And what eventually happened? And is Bhagwant Mann going to speak to them?
And if we talk about their demands, basically they are demanding regarding the panchayat lands. Just because the Punjab government has made a promise, in fact, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has made a promise with these farmers, and regarding the panchayat lands share, these are Niranjan, these are the farmers who are having the less than 5-acre land, and in fact that is their prime source of bread and butter. And that's the reason they are actually demanding the share in the panchayat land, so that at least they can run their bread and butter in a smooth manner. And Bhagwant Mann has ensured these farmers that the share in the panchayat land will be given, but that has not been notified. This was the main root cause of this protest. And when the verbal assurance was given by Bhagwant Mann and no notification has been rolled out by the Chief Minister, these farmers again decided to protest outside his residence. And this was what happened today itself. Since morning, they were sitting outside the residence of Bhagwant Mann that was actually located on the national highway. And they were sitting on a very peaceful manner. Nobody was indulged into any kind of violent protest, Niranjan. Nobody. And in fact, all of a sudden, when police has started gathering, a massive police force has been deployed at all the corners of that protest. And they started applying the force against the farmers to vacate the national highway. And even this protest was visible. This intention of the Aam Aadmi Party government was visible. And even Bhagwant Mann's last statement regarding these farmers, Niranjan, that was very surprising and shocking. Earlier, when the farmers were protesting and blocked the national highway, Bhagwant Mann said that these farmers are trying to mark their presence to raise their funds through these protests. What a shocking statement. On one side, Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann just 2 years back, they are stating these protests are the democratic right of these farmers just because they are fighting for their rights. But today, what happened to their rights when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party government, when it's come against the Aam Aadmi Party government, and when the anger just come out with from the farmers against the Aam Aadmi Party government, the democratic protest has been turned to something else. The police has started applying the force on them. The biggest question in this entire episode, Niranjan, is that who has given the orders to lathi charge against these farmers? Either the Chief Minister himself has given the orders, or the Chief Minister office has given the orders, or the local DC has taken the call to lathi charge against these farmers, or the local police is responsible for this lathi charge. This needs to be verified. If Chief Minister has not rolled out any kind of orders regarding this lathi charge, then the action should be taken against those officials who has taken the call to lathi charge against these farmers. And even if the government has rolled out the orders or the verbal orders to the administration to vacate the highway by applying the force, this is the biggest embarrassment for the Aam Aadmi Party government, and the intent was very clear. And even, Niranjan, we are getting the voices from the ground that they have started realizing that somewhere down the line, these farmers have opened their support during the assembly elections to Aam Aadmi Party, and now they are claiming that this was the biggest mistake they have done ever in their life while opening their support to Aam Aadmi Party, which posed to pro-farmers party. But now the original face has come.
Amandeep, stay with me. Amandeep, stay with me. In fact, behind me, on the wall behind me, right? This is before elections, this is after elections. This is before elections and this is after elections. Before elections, langar with farmers at the Singhu border. After elections, lathis for farmers in Sangrur, outside the Chief Minister's house. And where was the Chief Minister? We'll show you where the Chief Minister was. We'll show you pictures of Bhagwant Mann. What was Bhagwant Mann doing today? He knew. In fact, there were several reports in the media saying that the group of farmers and the activists, the unions would be marching in that part of Punjab. And here's where the Chief Minister of Punjab was, Bhagwant Mann, chanting pro-farmer slogans in Gujarat, making promises for farmers in Gujarat on the campaign trail in Gujarat. The same Bhagwant Mann and his party, which was giving out langars, which was organizing langars for farmers at Singhu. This was before, by the way, the Punjab elections were held. This was before the Punjab Aam Aadmi Party government was sworn in, before Bhagwant Mann became the Chief Minister. This was the reality then. This is the reality now. And that's where the story stands. Listen to some of those farmers who've been marching for the last few days and weeks, asking for just basic rights.
Extremely unfortunate in a democratic dispensation. Everybody has a constitutional right to protest. If the government is not able to meet the demands of a particular section of society, be it farmers, be it teachers, be it other sections of society, the correct way is to talk to them rather than lathi charge them. And insofar as the farmers are concerned, they are the people who feed the entire nation. Punjab is the granary of the country. Punjab contributes the maximum to India's food security. So therefore, under those circumstances, when you're dealing with farmers, you need to be extra sensitive.
It's really strange, painful and hurting that innocent, simple people who were protesting for their rights and who acted on the advice of the Honorable Chief Minister has been given this bad treatment which they never deserved. The Chief Minister, few days back, when the farmers of the Punjab stopped the roads, blocked the railway track, made a statement that I advise them and suggest them not to block the roads, not to block the rail tracks. If at all they are to protest, they have a right to protest. They should gheraw the house of Chief Minister, the ministers, the MPs and the MLAs so that the people who matter should know about their demands. Unfortunately, these poor farm workers and the farmers, when tried to convey their demands by protesting outside the house of CM in Sangrur, they have been beaten. I think even the aliens, the Britishers have not treated the Indians like this, what this Aam Aadmi Party has done with the people of the state.
So the entire controversy around Nadav Lapid, the Israeli filmmaker who made a controversial comment on the Kashmir files, called the film vulgar and a propaganda. That was him almost as if he was just the IFI jury chief. He said it was only about Kashmir files, which was a government propaganda, and he said it was a vulgar film. Now it appears, and we've been talking about the Toolkit gang, it appears that after that comment, after he left the stage when he was en route to the airport in Goa, he gave an interview to the media in Israel. And let's look at some of the comments that Lapid has made to the media in Israel. He in fact has revealed his real intent of attacking the Indian government, India's army, our forces, our policy on Kashmir. And he even goes to the extent of calling India's policy fascist. He says it's crazy what's going on in India. And this is the same man who went up on stage and he said he had a lovely time in India, he got great hospitality, everything was fantastic. And he says in an interview to ynet.com, an Israeli media house, he says Indian government pushed this film, Kashmir Files, in a very unusual way. He says the film justifies the Indian policy in Kashmir. And then he goes on to make a series of comments about how India has advocated the policy in Kashmir. He says it has fascist features. He says India is now blaming foreign enemy traitors from within for the controversy on Kashmir files. And he was on his way to the airport. He says he was happy to be on his way to the airport at the time of giving this interview. And he goes on to lecture India. He says the country that is India.
देखिए, मैं इस बंदे को एक एजेंट के रूप में देखता हूँ। इस बंदे को प्लांट किया गया है और उसने इफी के स्टेज पे एक बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट किया है। ये एक वाइट कॉलर टेररिस्ट था जो चेयरमैन ऑफ जूरी के नाम पे अपॉइंट किया गया। उसने क्या किया, उसने क्या हरकतें की, वो तो बात की बात है। मैं एज अ फिल्म मेकर और एज अ कश्मीरी पंडित, मैं ये पूरी जो बदतमीजी उसने की है या जो उसने देश के खिलाफ उसने जो मुहिम चलाई वहाँ पे या जो भी उसने काम किया, इसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो है वो डायरेक्टर ऑफ फिल्म फेस्टिवल और जो सरकारी जो महकमा है आईएनबी मिनिस्ट्री का, वो रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, क्योंकि इन्होंने उसका बैकग्राउंड, उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड नहीं चेक किया और उसको अपॉइंट किया एज अ चेयरमैन। इसकी एक पूरी भरपूर इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए। ये कोई मामूली बात नहीं थी, ये कोई सिंपल सी बात नहीं थी कि इसके अगेंस्ट जो है इन्होंने जो है वो ये किया हुआ है। तो एक सरासर एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए, एक इसकी ये ख्वाहिश होनी चाहिए कि क्यों इसको अपॉइंट किया गया। और ये बहुत बड़ा एक षड्यंत्र था। इन्होंने प्लेटफॉर्म का इस्तेमाल किया और ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म का इस्तेमाल किया जो कि इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे आपके देश की बदनामी हुई। और चूंकि उसने टारगेट किया कश्मीर फाइल्स को, वो इसलिए टारगेट किया कि वो बताना चाह रहा था कि कश्मीर फाइल जो है वो एक झूठ है, गलत है, और जो कश्मीरी पंडित्स के साथ हुआ ये गलत दिखाया गया इस फिल्म में।
कुछ लोगों को क्लीन चिट देने की कोशिश है ऐसे स्टेटमेंट्स की तरफ से, जिस तरह से बताया गया कि जो कश्मीरी पंडित्स के साथ हुआ वो तो गलत पोर्ट्रे किया गया मूवी में, तो उन लोगों को क्या क्लीन चिट देने की कोशिश एक ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल, एक सेक्शन कर रहा है?
देखिए, हमारे देश में ही जो हमारे दुश्मन है ना, उनका भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है, उनका भी बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले किया है इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। मेरा ये मानना है कि जो उस फिल्म ने डिपिक्ट किया है, हम सब जो यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं, द डिपिक्शन हैज बीन ट्रू ना, क्योंकि पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि इनकी पूरी जो धारणा है उसको तोड़ा है। इन्होंने जो एक नैरेटिव क्रिएट किया था एंटी कश्मीरी पंडित्स और एंटी कश्मीर फाइल्स, वो उस फिल्म ने इनको एक्सपोज किया हुआ है। चूंकि इनको इतना बड़ा झटका लगा है, चूंकि इस पूरे सूडो लिबरल्स को, जो मीडिया का हिस्सा है, जो पूरे एंटी नेशनल फोर्सेस हमारी कंट्री में, उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा झटका है। सो दे कुडंट टेक दिस स्ट्रोक, दे कुडंट टेक दिस डिजास्टर। तो इसलिए बार बार हर महीने, हर 2 महीने में वो टारगेट करते हैं इस फिल्म को कि ये जो इनकी आवाज है ये किसी न किसी तरह जब जाए।
And Lapid continues to remain quiet. In fact, he's gone back to Israel, and we'll tell you all about how even people within Israel are disowning him, including journalists, revealing his real intent. Meanwhile, the other big story we're tracking today, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah on the campaign trail in Gujarat for the second phase of elections. In fact, tomorrow is phase 1, when 89 seats in Gujarat will poll tomorrow. Now, that's tomorrow. Republic TV will be live when the polling begins in the morning. And one of the promises that the BJP has made is the anti-radicalization cell. Now, what is the anti-radicalization cell? Now, there is a fight against radicalization in India, and the Union Home Minister spoke to Republic TV today. He said there will be an anti-radicalization cell in Gujarat as part of their manifesto, and he says if that experiment goes well, it will be national. He plans to take the anti-radicalization cell plan national. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, spoke to Republic TV. Here's that interview.
और इस वक्त केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, जो रोड शो कर रखे हैं। सर, लगातार आपकी रैली हो या रोड शो, माहौल ऐसा ही रहता है, लेकिन इस बार गुजरात का चुनावी माहौल क्या कहता है?
बहुत अच्छा माहौल है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में माहौल है और हम बहुत अच्छे बहुमत के साथ फिर से एक बार सरकार बनेंगे।
लेकिन इस माहौल के बीच आप कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी को कहां देखते हैं सर?
देखिए, मेरा किसी भी पार्टी के लिए टिप्पणी करना ठीक नहीं है, मगर हम अप्रत्याशित मार्जिन के साथ इस बार जीतने जा रहे हैं।
सर, गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एंटी रेडिकलाइजेशन एक्ट को लेकर, सेल को लेकर बात कर रही है, इसे क्या आप राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर देखने को मिलेगा?
देखिए, एक एक्सपेरिमेंट है, प्रोएक्टिव एक्शन है और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जरूरी एक्शन है। बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लिया है प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने। एक बार यहाँ पर सेल चालू हो जाएगा, बहुत सारे राज्य भी इसको स्टडी करके अपने अपने यहाँ लाएंगे।
लेकिन सर, इस पर अभी से विपक्ष राजनीति करने लगा है।
वो ठीक है, उनका काम है, वो करे, जनता को निर्णय करना।
सर, अंतिम सवाल, जब भी चुनाव होते हैं विपक्ष या हो या कांग्रेस को, वो अपशब्दों का इस्तेमाल करने लगती है, इसे कैसे देखते हैं? इस बार भी चुनाव में यही हुआ।
देखिए, जितनी बार अपशब्दों का प्रयोग विशेषकर मोदी जी के लिए किया, कांग्रेस को गुजरात की जनता ने चुनाव में दंड देने का काम किया है। मुझे लगता है इस बार भी गुजरात की जनता बैलेट बॉक्स के अंदर इसका जवाब देगी।
कितनी सीटें इस बार? कितनी सीटें इस बार?
हम सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगे अप्रत्याशित बहुमत के साथ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, my colleague joining us live from New Delhi. Abhishek, now it's certainly a welcome move. We're looking at the crackdown on so many terror modules across the country. Recently in the south, in Karnataka, in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, in Andhra, Telangana. Now, that's been the focus. And there is a belief that there is a need for such anti-radicalization cell. Now, there is already politics that's broken out on the side. Some saying that it could be misused. One community will be targeted. Now, what's the view nationally? Is this the need of the hour?
Niranjan, the anti-radicalization cell does not target any specific community. So it's not anti-radicalization cell for Islam, anti-radicalization cell for Hinduism. It is for any community which is getting radicalized. Now it so happens that all the cases that we have seen of late, beginning with the latest one which is Coimbatore and after that Mangaluru, the people who are accused or are getting caught, they are all in some ways radicalized in one particular direction. Zakir Naik's name keeps coming, and then we have had these entire PFI documents which we kept breaking as a build-up to the final banning of Popular Front of India across the country. And you see these youngsters getting radicalized online, getting radicalized, reading papers, documents, looking at online material, videos, YouTube, and this is a dangerous situation where you have 20 odd youth from Kerala traveling to Syria, traveling to Afghanistan and other places just to be in service of Islamic State, for example. Now, if these youth, and remember in the presentation, for example, that was made before the United Nations Security Council anti-terror group meeting that took place in Mumbai, Niranjan, and you were there covering it, India presented a picture of being in control, at the same time carrying out anti-radicalization campaigns. Now, if the problem is of a scale which it has attained, where you have an organization spreading its tentacles across the country, radicalizing thousands of youth. Remember, in the case of PFI, there have been arrests of over 200 people at last count. And they are only the top office bearers. The scale of radicalization was in thousands. So obviously you need a little more permanent anti-radicalization structure beyond what the agencies have been doing till now, sporadically in Kerala, in some other parts of the country. So in that sense, I think it's an idea whose time has come. Yes. It's an idea whose time has come, and perhaps the Home Minister, with the knowledge and understanding he has from security agencies through various briefings, he is expressing something which might be in the pipeline. So in that sense, I think irrespective of whether this has come during a campaign or it's part of the BJP manifesto, it might already be happening in many states, and the Home Minister suggesting that this should be institutionalized at a national scale.
Thank you for that. India versus radical elements and fighting radicalization. It's a first, and let's see how it plays out in Gujarat. Thank you for joining us, Abhishek. And the other big story we've been tracking today, the Yudh Abhyas 2022, or the war games that is on in Uttarakhand. We've been covering it. In fact, our correspondent Piyush Mishra is live there. And these were the pictures of India's drills in Uttarakhand last 2 days. The pictures from Uttarakhand. Games between war games, there is, between India and America, 100 kilometers from the LAC, and China is not happy about it, officially releasing a statement condemning the drills, the joint military drills between India and America. We'll tell you all about that and get you one report from there. Stay tuned.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
YS Sharmila, she was seated in a car. She wanted to drive till the CM's camp office, but she wasn't allowed. And then the police officials stored the vehicle. She was brought at the SR Nagar police station.
Taran district of Punjab. This was the second Pakistani drone that has been shot down by the border security force in past 24 hours in Punjab.
The Delhi police has filed a petition at the court getting this narco test done on December 1, and this has been accepted.
ये कानून 3 साल पहले पारित हो चुका है। अगर दम जिसके पास है वो चालू करा रहा हो। ये तो सेंट्रल कानून है, ये सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेशन है। मोदी सरकार के पास ये उनकी जेब में है, ये लागू कराने किसने रोका है? क्यों नहीं लागू कर सकते? सीए अगर लागू होगी ना, ज्यादा हिंदू लोगों का खतरा बनेगी। ये मैं आज से आप इसको संज्ञान में ले लेना चाहिए कि ये जो सीए है और जो एनआरसी है, ये बस चुनावी ये औजार है। सिर्फ चुनाव की मकसद के लिए ये सारे की बात हो रहे हैं, सीए और एनआरसी। बस ये बात हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है। अगर सरकार चाहे तो कर सकते हैं, सरकार उनके पास है। ये हो सकता है, अगर कोई शासन के लिए कुछ भी हो सकता है, हमें इसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। कानून व्यवस्था को अगर सही ढंग से चलाना है, इसके लिए कोई निर्णय ले सकते हैं सरकार की अपनी ये अधिकार बनते हैं।
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with raw materials which escalated the spread of the fire. As a result, thick smoke engulfed the nearby areas. As per initial report, some people were inside the factory while the fire broke out, but all were safely rescued and no casualties were reported. According to the fire department, 4 fire tenders tried to douse the fire. It is also alleged that no fire extinguishing system was installed inside the factory. Fire officials have stated that a detailed investigation has been launched, but the reason of the fire is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Behraj. Initial reports suggest
Welcome back. You're watching the biggest story tonight, ending this edition of the news at 7 p.m. with these pictures coming in from Lahore and Spiti in Himachal Pradesh of an avalanche that was captured by one of the residents in this area.
Another avalanche witnessed in Himachal Pradesh. A glacier broke near the Kangsar village in Lahore and Spiti valleys. A huge blanket of snow was seen barreling down the valley into the village. Soon after, an icy storm surrounded the entire neighborhood. 72 roads across Himachal Pradesh are blocked due to heavy snowfall. 5 road networks in Kulu, including the Rohtang Pass route, 3 in Kangra, 2 in Chamba and 1 in Shirmaur districts were also blocked. Lahore and Spiti recorded its coldest temperature this year at minus 3.5 degrees Celsius. So far, there have been no reports of casualties or any damage caused. But the locals are worried about an avalanche hitting the region at this time of the year. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with raw materials which escalated the spread of the fire. As a result, thick smoke engulfed the nearby areas. As per initial report, some people were inside the factory while the fire broke out, but all were safely rescued and no casualties were reported. According to the fire department, 4 fire tenders tried to douse the fire. It is also alleged that no fire extinguishing system was installed inside the factory. Fire officials have stated that a detailed investigation has been launched, but the reason of the fire is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. Initial reports suggest that the accident took place due to a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa area. Police teams rushed to the spot and injured were shifted to the nearest hospital.
प्राथमिकता के आधार पर पुलिस बल सवेरे से ही तैनात है। जैसे ही घटना की सूचना मिली, पुलिस के लोगों ने रेस्क्यू किया है और
After the genocide rant, Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid went on to attack the government. In an interview, he said that the Indian government pushed the film Kashmir Files in an unusual way. He said that the film justifies Indian policy in Kashmir that has fascist features. He also echoed the lobby's intolerant line and said that India is increasingly losing the ability to speak. Enraged over the Israeli filmmaker's remark, Kashmiri Pandit staged a protest calling Lapid an agent. They said a foreigner cannot understand the pain of a community living as a refugee in their own country, also demanding an apology from the filmmaker.
देखिए, मैं इस बंदे को एक एजेंट के रूप में देखता हूँ। इस बंदे को प्लांट किया गया है और उसने इफी के स्टेज पे एक बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट किया है। ये एक वाइट कॉलर टेररिस्ट था जो चेयरमैन ऑफ जूरी के नाम पे अपॉइंट किया गया।
On expected lines, former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti put out a tweet in support of Nadav Lapid, calling the film Kashmir Files a sheer propaganda promoted by the ruling party to demonize Muslims, especially Kashmiris. Through that tweet, she also said that diplomatic channels are being used to silence the truth. Filing a fresh affidavit before the Supreme Court opposing the CAA, the DMK said that the CAA is against India's basic fabric of secularism by discriminating on the basis of religion. The party also said that CAA is against Tamils as it does not bring Tamil refugees within the ambit of law. Enforcement Directorate arrested businessman Amit Arora in connection with its money laundering probe into the alleged irregularities in the Delhi excise policy case. Arora is the director of the Buddy Retail Private Limited located in Gurugram. This is the 6th arrest in this case by the Enforcement Directorate. He was later produced in the Rouse Avenue court where the Enforcement Directorate was granted 7-day custody of Amit Arora. CBI issued summons to Telangana Minister Kagula Kamlakar and TRS parliamentarian in a case where the CBI arrested a person for impersonating a joint director officer. They've been asked to appear in Delhi on Thursday for the same. The arrested person has identified as Kovi Reddy Srinivas Rao of Vishakhapatnam. While a case of extortion and cyber terrorism was registered by the Intelligence Fusion and Strategic Operations Unit of the Delhi Police on 25th of November, the investigating team is also probing a possible foreign hand in the alleged ransomware attack. IP addresses of foreign countries are under the scanner now. According to sources, the AIMS is using 24 servers for various hospital modules, and 4 of these servers were infected with the ransomware. Later, ransomware was also found in the Elasticsearch virtual service.
4 new physical servers were arranged, including 2 from the external agencies. The applications and databases were restored on these 4 new servers, which have been scanned, and the data is accessible. India and the United States are holding the 18th edition of the Armed Forces Joint Training Exercise in Uttarakhand's Auli, closer to the border with China. Labelled as Yudh Abhyas, which loosely translates as war training, the joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and the procedures between the armies of the two nations. Meanwhile, China opposed the joint Indo-US military exercises being held near the line of actual control, asserting that it violates the spirit of the 2 border agreements signed between New Delhi and the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson in a media briefing said that it does not serve the mutual trust between China and India. Enforcement Directorate has now questioned Telugu superstar in the Hyderabad office. The source of the funding for the film is under investigation, as agencies believe that a politician from Telangana invested hawala money in the film that was received from abroad. Punjab police rained lathis on protesting farmers outside Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann's residence in Sangrur. Protesting farmers were brutally thrashed for demanding minimum wages as per the Manrega scheme. Aam Aadmi Party has now come under severe criticism for supporting the farmers there at the Singhu border but thrashing farmers inside Punjab. Union Home Minister Amit Shah confirmed to Republic that if the Anti-radicalization cell experiment is successful in Gujarat, the model will be studied and possibly will be emulated in other states. While speaking to Republic on a campaign trail in Ahmedabad, Amit Shah asserted that BJP will win the Gujarat elections with a record margin.
के लिए टिप्पणी करना ठीक नहीं है, मगर हम अप्रत्याशित मार्जिन के साथ इस बार जीतने जा रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है इस बार भी गुजरात की जनता बैलेट बॉक्स के अंदर इसका जवाब देगी।
कितनी सीटें इस बार? कितनी सीटें इस बार?
हम सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगे अप्रत्याशित बहुमत के साथ।
An avalanche was reported in Lahore and Spiti valleys in Himachal Pradesh. No casualties or damage has been reported so far. At least 72 roads across Himachal Pradesh were blocked due to the heavy snowfall last week. A special court in Mumbai refused bail to former Maharashtra Minister Nawab Malik in an alleged money laundering case linked to a land deal in which gangster Dawood Ibrahim and his aides were involved. Enforcement Directorate arrested Nawab Malik in February 2022 and is currently undergoing treatment at a private hospital in Mumbai. While campaigning in Gujarat, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said that Maharashtra will think about bringing in the UCC at the right time.
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड भारत के संविधान में डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी के तहत हर राज्य को ये इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए डायरेक्टिव हमारे संविधान ने दिया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे सभी राज्यों को ये करना है, करना भी पड़ेगा। महाराष्ट्र भी उचित समय पर इसके बारे में सोचेगा।
President Draupadi Murmu presented the National Sports Awards to sporting icons. Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award was given to table tennis star Shad Kamal Achanta. 25 sports persons received the Arjuna Awards for the outstanding performance. YSRTP Chief YS Sharbila will meet Telangana Governor on Thursday. This meeting comes after Telangana Governor raised concerns over YS Sharbila's arrest in KCR-ruled state. Telangana Governor Tamilsai Soundarajan has expressed anguish and questioned KCR over YS Sharbila. The governor said that women leaders and cadres need to be treated in a more dignified and respectful manner. The Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police has arrested Pinky Irani in connection with the probe in the 200 crore rupees extortion case involving jailed conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Notably, Mumbai-based Pinky Irani is said to be a close aide of Sukesh Chandrasekhar and introduced him to Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri today launched a housing scheme that is expected to benefit around 10 lakh people. Addressing the media, Hardeep Singh said there would be 10 lakh beneficiaries for those without homes. PM Uday for regularization of the unauthorized colonies will benefit about 50 lakh people. Of the 2 crore population, 1.35 crore people will benefit from this redevelopment plan.
विज्ञान भवन से कालका जी में बनाए गए इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन के हमारे भाइयों और बहनों के लिए 3000 से अधिक फ्लैट्स जो हैं उनको उनमें से 500 लाभार्थियों को तो चाबी हाथ में पकड़ाई और बाकियों को भी बाद में हमने हैंडओवर किया.
India's economy grew by 6.3% in the second quarter of the current fiscal. Now, according to the data that is released by the National Statistical Office, the GDP had expanded by about 8.4% in the July-September quarter of 2021-2022. In fact, analysts had early projected the Indian economy would expand at half of the growth rate of 13.5% recorded in April-June quarter this fiscal. In a major setback to the Popular Front of India, the Karnataka High Court today dismissed a petition challenging the Ministry of Home Affairs' order of declaring the Popular Front of India and its affiliate organizations as unlawful associations for a period of 5 years under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. A massive terror hideout was busted by the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's border district of Poonch. Today, the forces also recovered a large cache of arms and explosives from the area. Vice Chairman of Toyota Kirloskar Motors, Vikram S. Kirloskar, has now passed away due to a heart attack. The car maker later released a statement informing of his demise. Last rites of the vice chairman of the group were held at the Herbal Crematorium in Bengal. Kerala Cabinet has now decided to introduce an anti-governor bill. According to the bill, chancellors of the state universities will be experts from the fields of education in the assembly session. This will remove the governor as the chancellor. 2 EMU local trains travelling in the same direction on adjacent tracks outside Shialda railway station collided. The incident took place when both the trains were on their way out of Shialda, one of the busiest railway stations in the country. No injuries were reported in the incident. Bilkis Bano knocks the Supreme Court door while challenging Supreme Court for ordering the release of about 11 men convicted of gang raping her and killing her entire family in the 2002 Gujarat riots. Bilkis Bano has said in her petition that the decision on releasing the men should be taken by Maharashtra, where the trial took place, and not in Gujarat. Well, in fact, there's been a brutal crackdown in China, where reports essentially coming in of massive protests also taking place. They are not looking at the lockdown that has essentially taken place, and people have now started protesting, something that hasn't really gone down well with the CCP. The European Union proposed to set up a UN-backed specialized court to investigate possible war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine and to use Russian frozen assets to rebuild the war-torn country. European Commission President said the EU would work with international partners to get the broadest international support possible for the tribunal, while continuing to support the work of the International Criminal Court.
Russia must pay for its horrific crimes, including for its crime of aggression against a sovereign state. And this is why, while continuing to support the International Criminal Court, we are proposing to set up a specialized court backed by the United Nations to investigate and prosecute Russia's crime of aggression. We are ready to start working with the international community to get the broadest international support possible for this specialized court.
Turkey's foreign minister met several of his counterparts in Bucharest on the sidelines of a summit of NATO's top diplomats. NATO doubled down on its commitment to one day include Ukraine, a pledge that some officials and analysts believe helped prompt Russia's invasion. This year, the world's largest security alliance further pledged to send more aid to Ukrainian forces locked in battle with the Russian troops. In a massive crackdown on LGBTQ community, the upper house of the Russian parliament today gave final approval of a bill that significantly expands restrictions on activities seen as promoting gay rights in the country. The new bill is another step in a years-long crackdown on the country's embattled LGBTQ+ community. Protesters took to the streets of Tokyo to support the Chinese, who have called for that country's leader to step down amid severe antivirus restrictions and the biggest demonstrations against the government in decades. Dozens of protesters, mostly Chinese, held signs in Chinese, Japanese and English and chanted slogans. Hong Kong Security Minister warned the city's protest against China's antivirus restriction was threatening national security. Chris Tang said some events on the university campuses and the city's streets had attempted to incite others to target the China's central government in the name of commemorating a deadly fire in the country's far weak west last week. Former President of China Jiang Zemin has now died, aged 96, on Wednesday afternoon, according to the Chinese state media, which says Zemin died of multiple organ failure while he was undergoing treatment for leukemia in Shanghai. One of the major figures in the contemporary history of China, Jiang Zemin presided over China at a time when the country had opened up to the global community on a vast scale and witnessed high-speed growth. Warplanes from China and Russia staged joint air patrols over the Sea of Japan, East China and Western Pacific on Wednesday. The ministry described Wednesday's patrols as a routine part of an annual cooperation plan between the two militaries. Notably, China has tacitly backed Moscow as part of an alignment of their foreign policies in opposition to the West. At least 2 policemen were killed and 20 others injured after a suicide bomber blew himself up near a truck carrying police officers outside Pakistan's city, Quetta. The Pakistani Taliban, in a statement, claimed responsibility for the attack. In fact, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistani group said that the attack in Balochistan targeted police to avenge the killing of their former spokesperson Abdul Wali. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said on Wednesday that he recently told US President Joe Biden's administration to bring the prosecution of the WikiLeaks founder to a close. Albanese's comments to the Parliament appear to be an escalation of Australia's diplomatic pressure on the United States to drop spying charges against Australian citizen Julian Assange. Twitter runs are set to grow longer. The microblogging site character limit might soon expand to 1,000 characters from its previous limit of just about 280 characters. Musk has shown interest in the idea of increasing the character limit on a number of occasions since his controversial takeover of the platform. FIFA Technical Study Group member Alberto urged football academies to keep helping young players develop their dribbling skills as take-ons and attempts appear to be dwindling in international football in favor of more cautious tactics. He further said that it is important for the football academies to push the young players to practice take-on attempts. Residents in the Kurdish majority province of Kurdistan in Iran hit the streets honking and cheering Tuesday night, celebrating the national team's loss against the United States at the Qatar Football World Cup. According to sources, cars came out of the streets of Saqqez, the capital of the province. Former New Zealand batter Dean Brownlee has been appointed as the new batting coach of New Zealand women's team alongside Craig Howard, who joined the team as spin bowling coach. Brownlee, who retired from his playing career at the end of the 2019-2020 season, joins the Kiwi women's coaching staff following a stint with Northern Districts Cricket as their network coach. The third and the final ODI of the three-match series between India and New Zealand was called off due to the rain, with the hosts being able to score 104-1 in 18 overs at the time rain intervened and put out the possibility of further action to rest. New Zealand thus won the series 1-0. Several England players have been struck by a virus ahead of the team's first test in Pakistan in 17 years, leading to discussions about postponing the start of the match by one day. Only 5 England players, Harry Brook, Zach Crowley, Keaton Jennings, Oli Pope and Joe Root, turned up for the training at the Pinnick Cricket Stadium today, while the rest of the squad members, including captain Ben Stokes, stayed in the hotel as 6 or 7 players had been affected by the virus.
As far as I'm aware, there's obviously a few guys not feeling 100%, but I didn't feel great yesterday, and I've woke up a lot better today, so hopefully it's just a 24-hour virus, and I don't think it's like food poisoning or COVID or anything like that. I think it's just one of those things that we've unfortunately picked up as a group, and we try to do absolutely everything right to make sure we're prepared really well for this game.
A men's World Cup match will be refereed by an all-women team for the first time ever when Costa Rica faces Germany in Group E on Thursday. History will be made when Costa Rica face Germany on December 1st at the Abhyas Stadium, when France's Stephanie Frappart will become the first woman in the history of FIFA World Cup to referee a finals match in the men's tournament. Professional boxer Sandeep Singh Bhatti has been chosen to box for Tyson Fury's undercard team with the backing of the World Athlete Promoters. Top rank Sandeep Singh Bhatti will compete against the British professional boxer Isaac Lowe on December 3rd. Dinesh Lal, the cricket coach who was mentored Indian cricket stars Rohit Sharma and Shardul Thakur, said that he is extremely honoured to have won the Dronacharya Award and credited his win to his pupils. The Dronacharya Award is a sporting honour given to sport coaches across India who have nurtured some of the most talented and decorated sportsperson in the history of the world and Indian sports. Table tennis legend and Commonwealth Games medalist Chandra Sharad Kamal said that winning 3 gold and 1 silver and receiving the prestigious Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award in 2022 is the best way to finish the year. The CWG gold medalist will receive the Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award, the country's highest sporting honour, from the President Draupadi Murmu today at the Rashtrapati Bhavan.
Shri Bimal
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Indian and US forces is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. There's a drill which they are right now showcasing, and that's the search and rescue operation and drill.
The NIA has targeted the gangster network in North India as raids are being conducted by the agency in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan. Congress President Malegaon Kharge, during his address at a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared Prime Minister Modi with Ravan.
YS Sharmila, she was seated in a car. She wanted to drive till the CM's camp office, but she wasn't allowed, and then the police officials stored the vehicle. She was brought at the SR Nagar police station.
Taran district of Punjab. This was the second Pakistani drone that has been shot down by the border security force in past 24 hours in Punjab.
The Delhi police has filed a petition at the court getting this narco test done on December 1, and this has been accepted.
ये कानून 3 साल पहले पारित हो चुका है। अगर दम जिसके पास है वो चालू करा रहा हूं। ये तो सेंट्रल कानून है, ये सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेशन है। मोदी सरकार के पास ये उनकी जेब में है, सीए लागू कराने किसने रोका है? क्यों नहीं लागू कर सकते? सीए अगर लागू होगी ना, ज्यादा हिंदू लोगों का खतरा बनेगी। ये मैं आज से आप इसको संज्ञान में ले लेना चाहिए कि ये जो सीए है और जो एनआरसी है, ये बस चुनावी ये औजार है। सिर्फ चुनाव की मकसद के लिए ये सारे की बात हो रहे हैं, सीए और एनआरसी। बस ये बात हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है। अगर सरकार चाहे तो कर सकते हैं, सरकार उनके पास है। ये हो सकता है, अगर कोई शासन के लिए कुछ भी हो सकता है, हमें इसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। कानून व्यवस्था को अगर सही ढंग से चलाना है, इसके लिए कोई निर्णय ले सकते हैं सरकार की अपनी ये अधिकार बनते हैं।
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with raw materials which escalated the spread of the fire. As a result, thick smoke engulfed the nearby areas. As per initial report, some people were inside the factory while the fire broke out, but all were safely rescued and no casualties.
The 2022 passing out parade of the National Defence Academy has been conducted in Pune, where 300 cadets passed out. The Indian Navy Chief Admiral R. Hari Kumar was the parade reviewing officer.
And expedition. Now, a word about drill. Drill inculcates discipline, which is the very bedrock of military life. To those of you who have an aesthetic disposition, drill movements will symbolize the very rhyme and rhythm of the poetry of a well-ordered life. And that's precisely the primary aim of this institution, to train our cadets in the art of cultivating a way of life, in which the highest and the noblest attributes of discipline, character and courage are not only blessed.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाइड क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
ये कानून 3 साल पहले पारित हो चुका है। अगर दम जिसके पास है वो चालू करा रहा हूं। ये तो सेंट्रल कानून है, ये सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेशन है। मोदी सरकार के पास ये उनकी जेब में है, सीए लागू कराने किसने रोका है? क्यों नहीं लागू कर सकते? सीए अगर लागू होगी ना, ज्यादा हिंदू लोगों का खतरा बनेगी। ये मैं आज से आप इसको संज्ञान में ले लेना चाहिए कि ये जो सीए है और जो एनआरसी है, ये बस चुनावी ये औजार है। सिर्फ चुनाव की मकसद के लिए ये सारे की बात हो रहे हैं, सीए और एनआरसी। बस ये बात हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है। अगर सरकार चाहे तो कर सकते हैं, सरकार उनके पास है। ये हो सकता है, अगर कोई शासन के लिए कुछ भी हो सकता है, हमें इसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। कानून व्यवस्था को अगर सही ढंग से चलाना है, इसके लिए कोई निर्णय ले सकते हैं सरकार की अपनी ये अधिकार बनते हैं।
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with raw materials which escalated the spread of the fire. As a result, thick smoke engulfed the nearby areas. As per initial report, some people were inside the factory while the fire broke out, but all were safely rescued and no casualties were reported. According to the fire department, 4 fire tenders tried to douse the fire. It is also alleged that no fire extinguishing system was installed inside the factory. Fire officials have stated that a detailed investigation has been launched, but the reason of the fire is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. Initial reports suggest that the accident took place due to a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa area. Police teams rushed to the spot and injured were shifted to the nearest hospital.
प्राथमिकता के आधार पर पुलिस बल सवेरे से ही तैनात है। जैसे ही घटना की सूचना मिली, पुलिस के लोगों ने रेस्क्यू किया है और जो घायल हैं गंभीर रूप से उनका जिला अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है। शेष सामान्य घायल यहाँ CSC पर हैं और ये बाकी सारी चीज़ें इसकी जांच कराई जा रही है।
However, according to the officials, cause of the accident is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Indian and US forces is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. There's a drill which they are right now showcasing, and that's the search and rescue operation drill.
The NIA has targeted the gangster network in North India as raids are being conducted by the agency in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan. Congress President Malegaon Kharge, during his address at a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared Prime Minister Modi with Ravan.
YS Sharmila, she was seated in a car. She wanted to drive till the CM's camp office, but she wasn't allowed. And then the police officials towed the vehicle. She was brought at the SR Nagar police station.
Taran district of Punjab. This was the second Pakistani drone that has been shot down by the border security force in past 24 hours in Punjab.
The Delhi police has filed a petition at the court getting this narco test done on December 1, and this has been accepted.
At the IFFI stage in Goa, he made it about Kashmir files and said the movie was vulgar and was propaganda. We were clear all along that Nadav Lapid was perhaps a part of the lobby and planted to make political comments. Well, he's revealed his political intentions now by giving an interview, attacking the Indian government, attacking India's policy, attacking India's army, and calling India's Kashmir policy almost fascist. Has Lapid's political statements given away the full plot? That's a burning question at 8 p.m.
Burning Question, powered by GeoMart.
Joining us on the Burning Question, last night around this time we were talking about Nadav Lapid, the Israeli filmmaker. He's controversial even in Israel. Those who know him, those who worked with him, want him to apologize. Many who have studied Lapid say that he's a filmmaker who likes controversial subjects and takes an anti-Israel stand most times for funding. That's what they say. Some of these journalists also spoke to Republic TV. Now, Lapid is a very interesting guy. He has been chosen. For some reason, he's been chosen as the jury chief at IFFI, and on stage in India, ran down the Kashmir files, called it vulgar and propaganda. And after he made that speech while he was en route to the airport in Goa, he gives an interview and he reveals his intent. It was always political, it was always about an attack on India. He's run down the Indian government, the country, our policy on Kashmir, our forces. Will tell you all about that. And we'll tell you why this was perhaps part of a propaganda. Here are the headlines on the Burning Question. Part 3 of the Republic super exclusive investigation, revealing once again the Malegaon Hindu terror fraud. It was always a plot to fix Lieutenant Colonel Shrikant Purohit. More statements on Republic Today. A day after he targeted the Kashmir files, he's targeting Kashmir, he's targeting Kashmir policy, he's targeting our forces. It was always political. In 2020, they served langar to farmers at the Singhu border. In 2022, after they've come to power in Punjab, lathis being served.
प्रोएक्टिव एक्शन है और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जरूरी एक्शन है। बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लिया है प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने।
Coming soon to Gujarat, anti-radicalization cells, and if it works, it could be a national blueprint. As India and America conduct a joint military exercise 100 kilometers from Chinese border, the LAC, Beijing is unhappy. They're saying it's a violation of agreement. They're watching every step. His last film, Liger, was a big flop, but they spent 125 crore on the film. And the Enforcement Directorate has questioned Vijay Devarakonda on the source of funding. Nadav Lapid, the Israeli filmmaker, in an interview to the Israeli media has said that there is no free speech in India and that the Indian government spent an unusual amount of time and effort in promoting Kashmir Files, which was a propaganda. He says India's policy on Kashmir is fascist. This is the same Lapid who said it was one view about Kashmir Files that's become controversial, but the intent, the political intent of Lapid and those backing Lapid is out tonight. Here's the story so far.
2 days after Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid said this,
the Kashmir Files that felt to us like a propaganda vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival.
there's anger on the streets. Kashmiri Pandits have lashed out.
इस बंदे को एक एजेंट के रूप में देखता हूँ। इस बंदे को प्लांट किया गया है और उसने इफी के स्टेज पे एक बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट किया है। यह कोई मामूली बात नहीं थी, यह कोई सिंपल सी बात नहीं थी कि इसके अगेंस्ट जो है इन्होंने जो है वो ये किया हुआ है। तो एक सरासर एक इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए, एक इसकी ये ख्वाहिश होनी चाहिए कि क्यों इसको अपॉइंट किया गया।
And the political intentions of the Israeli filmmaker is now out. In an interview to an Israeli media outlet, he has said, "It's crazy what's going on in India. Indian government pushed film in unusual way. Film justifies the Indian policy in Kashmir. Policy in Kashmir has fascist features. Country increasingly losing ability to speak. Was Lapid just a front for the toolkit gang?" Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Joining us on the burning question tonight are Aarti Tikku Singh, Foreign and Strategic Affairs expert, founder, editor, The New Indian; Ashwini Bhatt. Ashwini Bhatt is a Kashmiri Pandit activist; Majid Haidari, a journalist and political analyst, joining us live from Srinagar; Sajjad Hussain Kargili, journalist and member of the Kargil Democratic Alliance. I'll start with Aarti Tikku Singh. Aarti, you were on the debate, and before I go across to Aarti, I think I just lost that line there. But let me start with you, Ashwini. We didn't have any doubt, in fact, when he made that comment on stage. And the irony tonight is that he went on stage and he was very happy with the hospitality he got in India. He said he had a fantastic time in India. He said he felt very good being the head of the jury at IFFI. And he makes that speech. He calls the film vulgar. He calls it propaganda. And then on the way to the airport, he gives this interview. Yeah. And in this interview, he says there's no free speech in India. He gives an interview. I mean, he makes a speech. He uses a platform in a democracy. And then he says there's no free speech in India.
Right. You know, can it get any worse than that? Right. So look, Niranjan, the moment Lapid Lateef made his speech or his comment on the IFFI stage, literally within like 30 seconds, the Toolkit gang was active on Twitter. I was literally till morning, I was active on Twitter and sort of debunking the garbage that was being propagated Latif, and within moments of his speech, the Toolkit gang was ready with the hashtags and with the content that they need to post on Twitter and so on and so forth. Now, having said that, I have been all day on news channels and on Twitter, sort of debunking this garbage. People were commenting, "Oh, you know what? This is freedom of speech." And yesterday, when I was probably one of the first person to kind of, sort of debunk this and say this is motivated. There was a lot of backlash. Oh, he is an international filmmaker, and he's from Israel, so on and so forth. Now he actually exposed himself. He exposed himself today when he again made those comments while his way out to the airport. He should have actually packed a day before, but I think Vasudeva Kutumbakam, we have been too nice to a guest, but it's now the cat is out of the bag, honestly, and he has exposed himself and the likes of him and the Urban Nexus gang and the Toolkit gang, who has been for the last 48 hours on the prowl, demeaning.
No, but look at the comments he's made, Ashwini. Ashwini, look at the comments he's made.
Exodus.
Yeah.
Sorry, Niranjan. Yeah,
no, you look at the comments he's made, right? Because you thought it was about a film, he's watched the film. The irony in one of the comments that he's made in this interview to Ynet, which is an Israeli media house, a website, he says, "I saw the movie, but I couldn't help but imagine the Israeli equivalent." We can think of many Israeli equivalents. Can you think of some of them, Majid Haidari? Can you name some of the Israeli equivalents?
And maybe before you move to Majid, sorry, Niranjan, I need to come for 30 more seconds. Sorry. Look, as a filmmaker, and as a jury of the IIFI, his mandate should have been and should be limited to the technicalities of a movie. Reviewing the technicalities of a movie and not breaching his mandate around the history, the facts and figures of a genocide. I am a genocide, victim. Aarti Tikku on this panel, she is a genocide victim.
No, you need to ask him that question. 1 minute. Let me ask Majid Haidari that question. Majid Haidari. Majid Haidari.
Of Kashmiri Hindus,
but
he
went beyond his brief.
And the burnt temples are a testimony of our genocide.
Let me ask Majid Haidari. Ashwini, wait. Let me get opening comments from the others, Ashwini.
What our genocide is?
No, they will not say a word. What do you expect? Majid, aren't you very happy that he's spoken his mind, right? I'm sure you're very happy, right?
Niranjan, the pain and tragedy of Kashmiri Pandits is the gospel truth. No denying that fact. But why are we contesting the verdict which has come from the IFI court to its jury?
He's not any court, Majid. Come on, he's just a filmmaker. He's not any court. My God, did you call him a court?
He's a motivated and
okay, Ashwini, let him speak. Ashwini, let him speak. Ashwini, let him speak. Give him some time. Yeah.
See, Niranjan, let's be realistic. What should we stand for and why should we stand for? Should we stand for some filmmaker who minted money by selling the pen of Kashmiri Pandits and gave nothing to the Kashmiri Pandits? Or should we talk about those Kashmiri Pandits who are still struggling for the last 32 years? Everybody is not like the two worthy panelists of the Pandit community here on the show. The Kashmiri Pandits who are in Jammu are staying in the Kashmiri for the last 6 months because Jammu and Kashmir
Majid, what would you call the politicians who made a lot of money? 1 minute, Ashwini, wait. Please don't respond. Aarti hasn't spoken.
What
Ashwini,
exactly are you trying to...
1 minute. Ashwini, wait.
We are
what would you call the
supporting a movie
politicians?
vendor who made
What would you
fortunes
call the
out of that
politicians
movie.
who made a lot of money using the Kashmiri cause? What would you call the politicians who made a lot of money using the Kashmiri cause, including the politician who was forced to leave her house, her bungalow yesterday, if I'm not wrong? Huh?
This filmmaker is linked to one of the political parties for that matter. It's an open
He makes
secret
films for a living. 1 minute. He makes films for a living. He makes films for a living. What would you call the politicians who are going to serve, who are supposed to serve people, who have built an empire? I want Aarti to come in. No, I want Aarti to come in. Aarti, I want Aarti to come in. No, to that comment that you made about films and making money. Yeah, Aarti.
Majid Haidari, first of all, what do you mean by these two Kashmiri Pandit panelists are different from other Kashmiri Pandits who are in Jammu and elsewhere? We all were subjected to genocide. We all were subjected to genocide. My entire family and I, we struggled to survive for over a decade. We had hardly anything, and you are going to lecture us and lecture me and tell me what my story is? Kashmir Files is my story. That is my life. That's my experience, and that experience is a collective experience of the entire community of Kashmiri Pandits. So please don't speak on our behalf. Don't give us lectures.
No, please tell him why. No, Aarti, I want you to come in. I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't want to interrupt, but I want you to tell him why Kashmiri Pandits are elsewhere. He said are out of Kashmir and elsewhere. Why are they elsewhere? Aarti,
exactly.
Why are Kashmiri Pandits elsewhere?
Yeah,
Please.
because Majid Haidari is on the side of the same people who were instrumental in subjecting us to ethnic cleansing, throwing us out of our homes, driving us out of our homes from Kashmir. I don't care about BJP or the Congress. I am asking you not to fabricate lies. I am asking you.
Please don't heckle her. Please don't heckle her, Majid. I'll give you time.
I am asking you not to give your judgments and lectures and not to spout lies about Kashmiri Pandits. I don't care about the BJP or the Congress. They are irrelevant to the subject that I am discussing here. And I am telling you that Kashmir Files is my story. It is irrelevant who made it. It is irrelevant what happened to the movie in the, through all the tax breaks and the kind of support it got from the government. All of that is irrelevant. I am telling you the Kashmir Files is my story, and nobody has a right to call that propaganda and call that vulgar propaganda.
It's fiction, okay. It's fiction.
Fiction of hate, I call it openly.
Okay, 1 minute. Aarti, wait, don't respond. Aarti, wait, don't respond. Aarti, don't respond. Wait, Aarti, don't respond. One sec, let me ask him a question. Okay. Because I have just about 11 minutes on the debate, I want Kargili to come in. Now, Kargili, Majid Haidari calls it fiction. Was Nadi Marg massacre fiction? Was the murders of IAF personnel fiction? Have you seen the pictures of the Nadi Marg massacre? I'm only talking about 2 of the cases.
Look, Niranjan, what Lepid has make his statement about the film, not about the community. And this Kashmir File is not representing India, or neither way Agnihotri is representing India. They are making money out of it. There are hundreds of Kashmiri Pandits who have expressing their
is your problem that the movie is making money?
Film. I need to come in.
There are hundreds of Kashmiri Pandits in Kashmir and in Jammu. They are expressing their disagreement with this film. There are so many Kashmiri Pandits still exist, but the suffering of the Kashmiri Pandits still continue. Nobody is talking about the community. Nobody is talking about
the community. 1 minute.
What do you disagree on?
About the film.
Who's not talking about the community? How many debates have you come on? Kargili, 1 minute. Kargili, 1 minute. On that point, I just want to.
Why people?
I want to stop you for a second. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. 1 minute. Kargili, stop for a second. Now, see, couple of points. You said his attack was not on the film. You see, first of all, you're contradicting what this guy said, what Majid Haidari said. Majid Haidari is saying there's no facts in the film, right? But you know what was portrayed in the film was real. You're saying that the film was real. Your problem is with the filmmakers making money. And you're saying Kashmir, nobody speaks for Kashmiri Pandits, their problems exist, we agree, we admit, and we say that yes, it's not resolved. How many debates have asked Majid Hydari, how many debates he's come on when we have questioned? We have questioned why there is no justice for Kashmiri Pandits. It is a raging debate and it continues to be a subject that we debate on. I'm not sure whether you've been on any of those debates, but we have debated it here on Republic. And I'm saying it that the fight for Kashmiri Pandits and the justice for them continues. Yes, Ashwini. Yes.
We don't want to waste
No.
time here.
So what's your problem? What's your real problem?
But don't try to hijack the problems of the Kashmiri Pandit just for the sake of a film.
No, boss, that's not even the subject. What is the subject today?
A film.
1 minute. What is the subject today?
Film.
I think you're a little confused
There are
right now.
so
Let me bring
many.
you back
There
on
are
track.
so many distorted
Let me bring you back on track.
There are so many
Come back on track. Oh, Kyle, come on back on track. Let's
Your
subject.
denial.
1
Your
minute. I
denial
think
of
you're all over the
genocide is
place.
our problem.
Aarti is saying something. Yes, Aarti.
Our problem, there's only one problem, that is denial of our genocide by you. You guys are continuously for the last 32 years.
Genocide
you have denied our genocide, and that is why you're rejoicing the fact this lapid fellow who
Nobody is rejoicing.
he's the agent of. You are rejoicing that he called it vulgar propaganda because you all have been in a denial mode. You just cannot admit that the Islamists in Kashmir, it were the Islamists in Kashmir who drove us out, who targeted us, who killed us, who raped our women. That is something you want to hide. That's what you are trying to, that's what you've been trying to hide from everyone, from the entire world. And when Kashmir Files actually expose the entire reality, you simply cannot stomach it. You cannot stomach that the reality, that the ugliness,
Okay, can I ask you a question, Majid?
of our genocide is out there before
Aarti,
the
let me ask him
entire
a question.
world.
1 minute. Let me ask him a question. Majid, okay, calmly. Ashwini, I'm coming to you. Majid, I want to ask Majid the question and I'll come to you. 1 minute. Majid, how many debates have you come on? Okay, you've traveled to Mumbai also, you've come to our studios here in Mumbai, right? And even Kargili, you have a different point of view from what Aarti Tikku has, right? Now this fellow Lapid says, and first of all, he enjoys Indian hospitality. He says he had a fantastic time. He says he felt very, very powerful and he got a lot of respect in India, a lot of time on stage. This fellow says, and by the way, this interview is given when he's on the way, en route to the airport. From if he stays to the airport, he gives an interview and he says the country, that is India, is increasingly losing the ability to speak. People are losing the ability to speak their mind or speak the truth. You tell me, isn't that a lie, Majid? You come here, you speak your mind, right? Most often you're controversial, but you still speak your mind. What nonsense is this?
My dear friend, my point is very simple and humble. This movie has tried
But if this fellow is wrong, tell him he's wrong, no? But if he's wrong, tell him he's wrong.
Has been convicted. No, a community.
Majid, why don't you tell him he's wrong if he's wrong?
Not even one person.
On free speech, you tell him no, he's wrong.
Convicted for the crime against
He's
Kashmiri
absolutely
Pandit.
wrong.
You show me one convict. You show me one convict. There is no convict. There is nothing as clear. But you are demonizing a particular community for the sake of it, just for the larger agenda of the political.
No, see what Aarti is saying is...
I appreciate my government.
Aarti and then Ashwini. 1 minute, Majid. Aarti and then Ashwini. I'm giving 30 seconds to Aarti and then Ashwini. Yes, Aarti.
I appreciate my government for letting me speak. I appreciate
Majid Hydari, the day you call JKLF terrorists, the day you say that Saeed Ali Shah Gilani, Yasin Malik, Mirwais Umar, the entire Abdullah dynasty and the Mufti dynasty, they all were responsible for our ethnic cleansing. That's the day when you should be giving lectures on Kashmiri Pandit genocide. You have been in denial about genocide of Kashmiri Pandits. You never pinpoint who the culprits are, who are culpable for the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Kashmiri Pandits.
Why doesn't the government endorse the genocide? I'll have to accept it.
As a Kashmiri who calls himself secular, as a Kashmiri Muslim who calls himself secular, why don't you come out and admit that, yeah, these were the people who were responsible for our genocide?
Let the BJP take the beginning. Let the BJP make the initiative.
Why don't you,
as a Kashmiri,
he
just admitted that it was genocide. Aarti, he just admitted.
You are not BJP.
No, he just admitted it was genocide. He just admitted it was genocide.
No, I said I'll admit once BJP comes to the fight.
Thank you.
He just admitted.
24
people were killed in Nadimarg massacre. 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed in Nadimarg massacre. Is it not genocide?
Bindru's killing was also genocide, and that goes for the fault of BJP. Rahul Bhatt's killing was also genocide.
See, it's not, boss, it doesn't become genocide if BJP calls it genocide. Please, for God's sake, this is not about BJP or Congress. It's about Kashmiri Pandits. What's your problem? What's your problem? This is not about BJP or Congress. It's about Kashmiri Pandits. Nowhere have we spoken about BJP, Congress. Nowhere have we spoken about a community. You're going back to community. We're not even talking about community, boss. We're talking about Lapid.
BJP supported Vivek Agnihotri.
You're going back to Agnihotri. We're talking about Kashmiri Pandits. Come back, yaar. Majid, come back. Majid, come back. Majid, come back. We're not talking about Agnihotri, not interested. We're not talking about BJP, Congress. We're not talking about community. Why are you going back again and again? Yes, Ashwini wants to say something.
No,
yes,
tell
Ashwini.
me, is Bitta Karate BJP? Is JKL BJP? Is Lashkar-e-Taiba BJP? Is Hizbul Mujahideen BJP? Is Saeed Salahuddin BJP? Was Saeed Ali Shah Gilani BJP? Just tell me, why wouldn't you bring yourself? So now the moment your reality is exposed, that's when you use all these kind of nonsensical words like Islamophobia. There's no such thing as Islamophobia. Okay, there is only one problem: your denial. Yeah, your denial. Your denial about the genocide of Kashmiri Hindus.
I'm not denying your pain. I said this is the gospel truth. But please get justice to Kashmiri Pandits. That is my simple point. Make the government accountable, criticize the government for its wrongdoing.
Why wouldn't you?
That is what we need to do together.
Why wouldn't you hold the Abhyas and the Muftis and the Yasin Maliks and Saeed Ali Shah Gilanis, Mirwais Umars? Why wouldn't you hold them responsible? Why do you give them a clean chit? You never call them out.
It will be interesting. 1 minute, it will be interesting. Majid, it will be. I'll tell you something. Majid, calmly. I'll put this question to Ashwini. It will be interesting to see how many films were officially backed by the Congress party. Okay? I can name a few. No. Would you call them also propaganda films? For example, there was a movie called Marsal in Tamil Nadu. 1 minute. 1 minute.
I'm not.
1 minute, Ashwini. Question is to you. I'm saying you're calling it a propaganda. You're saying that it's propaganda because BJP backed a film. Please do some research, Majid and Ashwini. How many films has the Congress party backed officially on record? Would you also call that propaganda, Ashwini?
I'm not for or against a film. Let's keep Kashmir files aside for a moment. What Majid is trying to say that 500,000 people, 500,000 Kashmiri Hindus, pre-1989, who were living in their homes, just got crazy overnight, just got bonkers overnight, and left their homes. People who are not.
So why doesn't the government come
ventured, and have people who are not even ventured out of the district, just went bonkers overnight and left their homes and hearths and lived in a tent because they just got crazy. That's what you're trying to tell me. Is that your rationale? Is that what your rationale is? I bet, Niranjan, even one incident in Kashmir files, Majid Hydri, it's an open challenge for you. One incident in Kashmir files. Let me
ask that question. In fact, let me get all the panelists on the screen now. No, let me ask you in front of you, Ashwini. 1 minute, Ashwini, I got your point. Ashwini, I got your point. Only because I have limited time. Let me ask both Kargili and let Kargili go first and Majid Hydri. Majid Hydri and Kargili, both of you gentlemen are calling it propaganda. You're calling it Islamophobic. You're calling it all kinds of names, right? Have either of you or both of you watched the film to call it a propaganda, call it fake, call it... Can you... Ashwini, wait, let me ask you a question, Ashwini. Ashwini, let me ask the question, yaar. Hold on. Bhai, I have 2 to 3 minutes. Ashwini, hold on. Let me ask you a question, hold on. Kargili, have you watched the film? If yes, what is wrong?
Yes,
can you point out one scene or one aspect of the movie which is not true?
Yes.
Yes, I fully watched the film. I have seen all the scenes of the film. I watched all the dialogues of the film, and there are some historical distortions.
Like
manipulations are there.
Like
they are giving reference of Mir Shamsuddin Araki. Mir Shamsuddin Araki. They are giving reference of Mir Shamsuddin Araki. They even don't know. Is this Araki or Araki? There is a difference of the place. They have mentioned the history is very totally different. They are using distorted historical facts. Just let me tell you another thing. In this film, they have shown the portrait of Ayatollah Khomeini. And the entire Kashmir movement was mostly influenced by Taliban, which was Wahhabi kind of movement. So what?
Niranjan, did you hear that? He's calling it movement. He's calling it movement.
Arey bhai, listen, just listen, yaar. You don't have.
You're calling it movement.
They are terrorists. Yes, they are terrorists. Yes, they are terrorists. But these two differences.
What is factually incorrect? Majid, what is factually or historically incorrect? Please point it out.
The biggest crime this movie has done is that it has shown Jammu and Kashmir police as being hand in glove with the terrorists, and that is not only an offense, that's a crime on the part of the filmmaker. He should be cooked for that.
It's shown you the mirror.
I want to get Aarti's view on that.
Muslim community. That is all the way condemnable. You, me, we all should condemn this.
I want to get Aarti's view on that.
He should be behind the bars, not being a celebrity anymore.
No. You said they showed. 1 minute. Let me put this in perspective. I'll get one last view from Aarti. Aarti, his point was, you heard what Kargili said, but Majid says they've shown the Kashmir police as part of the, as pro-terrorists. Was that your charge?
Yes.
Why is it shocking? Because if Majid Haidari was in Kashmir in 89-90, he would have known that part of the Jammu and Kashmir police were actually siding with the terrorists. They were siding with JKL. They were siding with separatists.
I can't listen to this contemptuous.
Why not? Hello.
Don't listen to this contemptuous.
1 minute. Majid, don't stop his acting. 1 minute. Majid.
It is part of history. It is recorded history.
Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me 1 minute. Okay. Aarti is a journalist. Let me ask her the question. Aarti, let me ask you a question, okay? Fact or fiction? Fact. Okay, you're talking about the 90s, right? I'm talking about now, last 3-4 years. How many incidents have been there, Aarti, where policemen in Jammu and Kashmir, I'm not saying all, we respect the Jammu and Kashmir police force, right? Very professional. But are there handful of rotten apples, some of them, who've been dismissed, who have faced disciplinary action? Don't be in denial, Majid. Don't be in denial. We break stories from the newsroom day in and day out. How many cases of gun snatching? How many cases where police have faced disciplinary action? Some of them, I'm not saying all. Once again, I'm making that distinction clear. We respect, we salute the brave Jammu and Kashmir policemen, so many of them who've laid down their lives. But are they a handful, some few, Aarti?
Of course, even in 89-90 and even today, there are people within Jammu and Kashmir police who are not actually, who are actually siding with the militants. This is not something unusual. It happens in non-conflict zones. But also,
I just told you. No, please, don't generalize it, okay? Don't generalize.
But also,
such people are everywhere.
Don't generalize.
I have been writing about. This continuously for over
Kargili, don't generalize.
I have said it
Majid, don't generalize.
That there's a conflict industry.
Got your point.
There's a conflict industry in which in which many of the rotten apples also benefited.
That was
from
my
the
point.
Blood
That was my point.
Killing.
Yes.
That was my limited
Rotten
point. There are a few rotten apples, and let's not be in denial. Kargili, I have a bad line with you. And Majid, don't do this number of generalizing. Okay, it's really wrong. It's very, very wrong. We respect and we salute our brave policemen in Jammu and Kashmir, and we speak to them, we interact with them, we report with them, day in and day out. Burning question, Abhishek, on that war games from Uttarakhand, which China is not very happy about, 100 kilometers from the LAC, and China is not happy with the India-US joint military drills. Abhishek Kapoor joining us with that debate. Abhishek, over to you.
Well, thanks, Niranjan. And frankly, who cares if China has liked it or not? It was on the pretext of a military exercise that the Chinese build up troops along the Ladakh line of actual control, and then the Galwan happened. But what's happened today, this Chinese reaction, it's not often occurrence that China shows nerves or nervousness. Reacting to India-US joint military exercises, China has claimed that these exercises close to the line of actual control are not going to help trust building between India and China. Let's read some facts to China. They have obstructed designation of at least a dozen odd terrorists based out of Pakistan from being declared global terrorists. Did they do that to win our trust? They have encroached upon our land in Ladakh. Did they do that to win our trust? With a big T. It's high time this duplicity stops. Let's look at this ground report brought to you by our correspondent Piyush Mishra from Oli, where the joint exercises took place between India and the United States. And then we come back to call the bluff of the Chinese.
Now, in this demonstration, Indian Armed Forces are showcasing as to how do they bring the patients here at this field hospital. Right when you can see as to how, after doing the rescue operations, a casualty, an injured person is being brought here for the primary treatment. And after this, the injured person is taken inside this very hospital, and this is how the army personnel who are here at this field hospital take out that particular injured person for the primary aid. So this is happening during the joint exercise which is taking place here in Oli of Uttarakhand, which is very much near to Tapovan, and through this exercise it is also being showcased what steps do the armed forces follow whenever any kind of casualty happens, and this is happening in accordance with the human assistance and disaster relief operations. We are showing with the pictures of the steps which the armed forces follow whenever any kind of casualty happens in any mountainous area. Remember that Indian Army has got the training and is very much equipped with all the equipments, and very much trained with trained in guarding the mountainous areas. So these are the primary treatment. This is the primary treatment which is being given to the injured person here, and these are the steps which they follow, where they ask they try to wake up the injured person, and this is basically during the human assistance and disaster relief operations. So these pictures somewhere tell us as to how the steps those are followed during the disaster relief operations. We'll also try to talk to Colonel Chandrasekhar, who is commanding officer of this field hospital which has been established, and through this they are trying to tell us the kind of primary treatment which is given, and if necessary then the patient is shifted to the other big hospital.
All right, this is going to be a short debate, but a substantive one, because we have only two guests. Joining me, Professor Madhav Nalapat, noted strategic affairs expert, and of course, Vice Chairman, Manipal Advanced Research Group, live from Delhi, in fact, today. And then, to give us the Chinese view, Andrew K.P. Leung. He's international and independent China strategist. He's joining us live from Hong Kong. Andrew K. Leung, if I could start with you. What's happening in China? Why such nervousness? I'm going through a report from the Bloomberg agency which says Hong Kong's exports, and since you are in Hong Kong, Hong Kong's exports fell again in October, marking 6 straight months of decline this year as demand continues to drop off. on economic contraction this year appears all but certain for the city. Obviously, since majority of Hong Kong's exports might be going to the Chinese mainland, this in a way indicates that the Chinese economy also is sort of cooling off. Is China showing nerves and nervousness because the economy is not in good shape and people are coming out to protest?
Well, I think that most countries in the world are affected by huge disruptions. First, this disruption because of the war in Ukraine, causing spikes in energy prices and in food prices, stoking inflation. And that also led to the Fed in the United States keeping on increasing interest rates to unprecedented levels. And then, of course, the global supply and value chain have been hugely disrupted, not only because of the Ukraine war, but also because of the trade war and also technological war imposed by the United States. So I think the whole world economy is slowing down, and China is no exception. And of course, China is the world's largest exporter and also largest trader, bound to be affected. But in spite of the fact that of the trade war and the technology war, trade with China and also investment into China actually increased last year as well as the beginning of this year overall, because the world still needs
that's a very rosy
China's
picture, Mr. Lu.
exports. But on the other hand, there is a tremendous, of course, lockdown because of the pandemic in China. And of course, China has been doing very well in terms of containing the number of deaths compared with other countries like the United States, which has suffered over 1 million deaths already. And China has got 4 times the population of the United States.
Sorry, I have to interrupt you. We'll have a substantive debate, but what we are discussing is the Chinese showing nerves. Chinese getting jittery just because India and the United States are carrying out some joint military exercises for example, in the pictures we saw, how to deliver human assistance during disaster relief. Professor Nalapat, I began by asking some uncomfortable question to Mr. Loong, but he was sort of digressing. Economy, the protests, they could be linked with the nervousness that the Chinese are showing.
Well, Abhishek, I'd like to point out that China, which claims that it is interested in building trust with India, till today, it has not recognized the line of actual control. It has not. With the result that is soldiers routinely cross the line and try and settle there. Till today, now, very recently, in fact, at the Samarkand meeting of so many important leaders, the Chinese distributed a map which wrongly showed Arunachal and Ladakh as part of China and Kashmir as part of Pakistan. Chinese officials distributed that map, a very interesting way of building trust. And now the Chinese official statements are talking of the 1993 agreement, 1996 agreement, all of which have been torn up by China for the last 6 or 7 years, and most egregiously in 1920 and 1921. So it's quite obvious they regard agreements as one-sided. The other side has to go by the agreements. They need not go by that. So the fact is, there is no trust. Why? Because there is really absolutely no glimmer of light in sight as the fact that China wants to kneecap India. And why, Abhishek? Because this country can absorb the manufacturing and technology that is there in China. This country can absorb it, and this country alone in Asia can absorb it.
All right, Mr. Loong, the point is China says that this would be detrimental for building trust. But the fact of the matter is that all the action the Chinese have taken in the last 2 decades, be it dilly-dallying approval for the Indo-US nuclear deal, be it all these designations of Pakistan-based terrorists, be it about India's elevation as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, there is not an iota of evidence in Chinese actions which can build trust. For the moment, I am not even mentioning Galwan, I am not even mentioning Ladakh. For the Chinese to be, pandering to trust sentiment when their actions really look the other way or indicate towards something else. I think the Chinese are really becoming past masters at duplicity, Mr. Loom.
Well, I think that the border disputes between China and India are very long-lasting, and both sides do not see eye to eye. And in fact, there's no agreement on the so-called line of actual control, or precisely where they are. And that's why there's been tremendous conflict over the border in different spots during the past few years and even earlier, leading to the first time using live fire, which had never happened for the past 40 years or so. I think that this both sides have I think recently agreed to de-escalate.
Sorry, but I have to correct you, Mr. Loom. Sorry, but I have to correct you.
The message.
I have to correct you. We are not even talking about core disputes, for God's sake. That's very Pakistani language, core issues, core disputes.
It only serves to
I'm not even talking about core disputes. Designation of Pakistan-based terrorists. Professor Loom, listen to me. Designation of Pakistan-based terrorists is not part of a core dispute between India and China. India being elevated as United Nations Security Council permanent member is not a core dispute between India and China. These are issues on which the Chinese could have shown or been sensitive to Indian concerns and thus earned trust. Whatever they have done, Professor Nalapat, and these exercises have been going on since at least 1992 in the case of Malabar, which are naval exercises. In the case of Yudh Abhyas, which is this particular exercise since 2004. This was the 18th edition. There are other exercises which include the Tiger Triumph, the Cope India, the Red Flag with Air Force, for example. And these have been on for almost 2 decades, off and on. The Chinese showing nerves now, Professor Nalapat, in my view, is clearly linked with whatever is happening in China or has happened over the last 1 week or fortnight, where for the first time, perhaps in the last 2 decades, we are seeing people coming out and taking on the Chinese Communist Party and the state and telling, in fact, Xi Jinping to resign.
Well, Abhishek, I'd like to point out that this generation of young Chinese, the new generation, is the first generation in at least 3 generations where the standard of life will be lower than the previous generation. The fact is, people are all coming out in the streets for restrictions, yes, but if the economy were growing, if they were hopeful of a brighter future, they would not come out in the streets. They are no longer hopeful of a brighter future. They are looking at a very bleak future. Andrew may be believing that the world is still going to China. I have talked to dozens of business people from different parts of the world, and they want to relocate from China because of this arbitrary lockdowns and arbitrary actions of the Chinese government, where you can't go to the courts, you can't go to the government, you can't go to public opinion, you can't go to the media. Whom can you go to? Nobody. And that is a situation that's facing China. And this situation, economic growth is coming down and people's anger is rising up. I don't blame the Chinese people for being upset, because they were promised by the Communist Party that you accept the communist dictatorship and you will get economic progress. And that agreement, which was crafted during Deng Xiaoping's time, has been broken now, completely broken. It's significant today. Jiang Zemin, who were basically embodied that kind of economic vision, is no longer among us. And today you have a leader who says, no, we are going to the period of Mao. That is a period of conflict. That's a period of poverty, a period of starvation. And the Chinese people don't want that. Today's Chinese are different. Let me tell you, Abhishek, the Chinese government, frankly, is living in a world of its own, alternate reality. And they want everybody to conform to that alternate reality. They don't want the 2 largest democracies of the world to work together. This is the 18th year of Yudh Abhyas. India and the United States are now the best of friends. They are security partners. they are involved in defending the Indo-Pacific. And if should any conflict take place, I'm very certain United States and India will work together in that conflict in Asia. There's no question. The Chinese don't want that. They want the world to conform to their view of a world ideal for their purposes, which is re-establish the Middle Kingdom, re-establish the dominance of China, which is a mythical dominance. It was never dominant. Now it's looking to be dominant, and it's doing so openly. There are hundreds of articles, hundreds of statements, Mr. Lung, that are coming out in Chinese media about the need for China to be absolutely the dominant player in the geopolitical spectrum.
Right, sir. Mr. Lung, one final question to you. Because the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said that this is detrimental to building of trust between India. What's stopping the Chinese to pull back all its troops from the Ladakh sector to the position they were before this standoff began? It's not asking for much. It's not going to change, facts on the ground except for building trust. The Chinese who were obstructing the India-US nuclear deal, they were caught with their hand in the till, giving the Pakistanis dual-use nuclear technology, the ring magnets, in mid-90s. They were confronted with evidence and they really brazened it out. What trust are we talking about? Mr. Lung, if you have some leverage with the Chinese and if you are a strategist on their behalf, can you tell them that building trust takes integrity, building trust takes intent, both missing in the case of Chinese vis-a-vis India?
Well, the Chinese government always wants to build trust with India. I don't think that China wants to see India as an enemy, unlike the United States, who wants to see China as the enemy. And I don't think that India, overall, the people, like to see the Chinese people as their enemy either. But I think that I'd like to respond to what the references now to what's happening inside China. Now, of course, China has been under lockdown for almost 3 years now. And as I said, China has been relatively successful in containing the number of deaths compared with other countries, advanced countries, with a far better health and medical system, including the United States and Japan. For example, Japan just recently registered only 60,000 deaths compared with China's 40,000. But China, don't forget, has 12 times more the population of Japan and a far inferior medical and health coverage. Be that as it may, a recent study by the world-renowned research institute based in New York called the Edelman Trust Barometer, EDELMAN. You can Google that. The survey was done in January 2022, and it surveyed around the world to see which government is best supported by its people vis-a-vis the management of the pandemics around the world. And then China came on top because the Chinese people trusted their government. However, it's been 3 years.
I don't think so, Mr. Lung.
And of course that there are,
Mr. Lung,
and all these protests, and they are only the minority. I think that the fact remains that the Communist Party remains the best government supported by its people, and that, according to the Harvard Kennedy School
Mr. Lung,
study,
you
which came out
are
last year.
trying to oblige the Communist Party and the Communist state on an international media platform, I think, but that's really not going to win you any love from those Chinese citizens who are out on the streets for the first time, perhaps, from Tsinghua University, which is alma mater of Xi Jinping. Students coming out protesting, wanting more freedoms, demanding that if need be, Xi Jinping should go. I think that's the state of affairs in China, which is getting reflected in the kind of nervous response we have seen from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs today to joint India-US military exercises, which, by the way, have been going on for 2 decades and more. On that note, thank you so much for joining us on this short debate. On the other side of a short break, Arnab Goswami with the debate.
झाके रे झाके झरोखे से झाके हैरत से ये आंखें अपनी सी दुनिया नई रंगी लागे ख्यालों की खिड़की से मन कूदे भागे झांके रे झांके झरोके से झांके देख के दंग है छोटे बड़े सारे झांके रे झांके चल कोई ताके तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके झांके रे झांके
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. Initial reports suggest that the accident took place due to a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa area. Police teams rushed to the spot and injured were shifted to the nearest hospital.
प्राथमिकता के आधार पर पुलिस बल सवेरे से ही तैनात है। जैसे ही घटना की सूचना मिली, पुलिस के लोगों ने रेस्क्यू किया है और जो घायल हैं गंभीर रूप से उनका जिला अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है। शेष सामान्य घायल यहाँ CHC पर हैं और बाकी सारी चीज़ें इसकी जांच कराई जा रही है।
However, according to the officials, cause of the accident is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Indian and US forces is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. There's a drill which they are right now showcasing, and that's the search and rescue operation and drill.
The NIA has targeted the gangster network in North India as raids are being conducted by the agency in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan. Congress President Malegaon Kharge, during his address at a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared Prime Minister Modi with Ravan.
YS Sharmila, she was seated in a car. She wanted to drive till the CM's camp office, but she wasn't allowed. And then the police officials stored the vehicle. She was brought at the SR Nagar police station.
Taran district of Punjab. This was the second Pakistani drone that has been shot down by the border security force in past 24 hours in Punjab.
The Delhi police has filed a petition at the court getting this narco test done on December 1, and this has been accepted.
ये कानून 3 साल पहले पारित हो चुका है। अगर दम जिसके पास है वो चालू करा रहा हो। ये तो सेंट्रल कानून है, ये सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेशन है। मोदी सरकार के पास ये उनकी जेब में है, ये लागू कराने किसने रोका है? क्यों नहीं लागू कर सकते? सीए अगर लागू होगी ना, ज्यादा हिंदू लोगों का खतरा बनेगी। ये मैं आज से आप इसको संज्ञान में ले।
Nadav Lapid attacks India's Kashmir policy.
देखिए, मैं इस बंदे को एक एजेंट के रूप में देखता हूँ। इस बंदे को प्लांट किया गया है, तो इसलिए बार-बार हर महीने, हर 2 महीने में वो टारगेट करते हैं इस फिल्म को कि ये जो इनकी आवाज है, ये किसी न किसी से जब्त है।
Was it about art or was there an agenda? Debating tonight, 10:30 p.m.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
YS Sharmila, she was seated in a car. She wanted to drive till the CM's camp office, but she wasn't allowed. And then the police officials stored the vehicle. She was brought at the SR Nagar police station.
Taran district of Punjab. This was the second Pakistani drone that has been shot down by the border security force in past 24 hours in Punjab.
The Delhi police has filed a petition at the court getting this narco test done on December 1, and this has been accepted.
सीए कानून 3 साल पहले पारित हो चुके हैं। अगर दम जिसके पास है वो चालू करा रहा हो। ये तो सेंट्रल कानून है, ये सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेशन है। मोदी सरकार के पास ये उनकी जेब में है सीए। लागू कराने किसने रोका है? क्यों नहीं लागू कर सकते? सीए अगर लागू होगी ना, ज्यादा हिंदू लोगों का खतरा बनेगी। ये मैं आज से आप इसको संज्ञान में ले लेना चाहिए कि ये जो सीए है और जो एनआरसी है, ये बस चुनावी ये औजार है। सिर्फ चुनाव की मकसद के लिए ये सारे की बात हो रहे हैं, सीए और एनआरसी। बस ये बात हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है। अगर सरकार चाहे तो कर सकते हैं, सरकार उनके पास है। ये हो सकता है, अगर कोई शासन के लिए कुछ भी हो सकता है, हमें इसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। कानून व्यवस्था को अगर सही ढंग से चलाना है, इसके लिए कोई निर्णय ले सकते हैं सरकार की अपनी ये अधिकार बनते हैं।
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with raw materials which escalated the spread of the fire. As a result, thick smoke engulfed the nearby areas. As per initial report, some people were inside the factory while the fire broke out, but all were safely rescued and no casualties were reported. According to the fire department, 4 fire tenders tried to douse the fire. It is also alleged that no fire extinguishing system was installed inside the factory. Fire officials have stated that a detailed investigation has been launched.
A high voltage battle which will decide the nation's political trajectory. Who will break their records and which faces will be the winners? 89 out of the 182 seats go to polls. Stay tuned to India's election news headquarters as Gujarat goes to polls. Live coverage minute by minute all day today on Republic.
These are the Kashmiri Pandit. They are staging protests because they are feeling the similar kind of situation what they faced in 1990s in the Kashmir. And they are saying one thing that is very clear, that those who are trying to portray that the Kashmir Files movie was a propaganda, they are trying to just portray and give a clean sheet to those who have been culprits of the genocide of the Kashmiri Pandits.
Another major exclusive on the Malegaon case. Most statements accessed. Was saffron terror a hoax? Was Lieutenant Colonel Purohit fixed in the Malegaon case? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Where 6 people have been reported dead and 15 injured in a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa in Baharich. Former Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs Minister Bharat Bhushan Anshu arrested by the Punjab Vigilance Bureau in connection with the 2,000 crore food grain transportation scam.
Dibrugarh University on the ragging case there, which has caused serious concern and which has escalated. Dibrugarh police have arrested another student.
A brutal crackdown on farmers by the Aam Aadmi Party government. A violent crackdown on farmers. The lobby is silent. An attack on farmers. But where's the outrage brigade? Waiting tonight, 10 p.m. As Gujarat goes to polls on the 1st of December, 89 of 182 seats will vote.
Where high voltage political battle has broken out in the state of Gujarat since the bipolarity of the state.
Will the BJP score a record victory in Gujarat? Is the Aam Aadmi Party even a factor?
Politics has been challenged for the first time. Watch the fastest updates only on India's election headquarters
on Republic TV.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, It's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Century Ply. Sarah and Havels.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Saffron terror. Saffron terrorists. Colonel Purohit. Sadhvi Pragya, the Malegaon blast, Hindutva-inspired terrorism, Sanghi terrorism. These were the buzzwords 10 years back. And many of you may have believed it. Because you were made to believe. You were made to believe that it is not Pakistan, but radicalized saffron terrorists who were behind some bomb blasts. The idea behind this evil agenda was to spread the lie about saffron terror. It was very clear. It was an attempt by the Congress government and the Aman Ki Asha types, the pseudos, the fakes, the hypocrites, the anti-nationals and the opportunists, to defend Pakistan and put the blame on innocent Indians instead. Yes, it was an open attempt by the Sonia-backed Manmohan government to take the spotlight off the jihadi terrorist groups, to take the spotlight off the Indian Mujahideen, off the Jaish-e-Mohammed, off the Lashkar-e-Taiba, off Hafiz Saeed, and instead lay the blame on patriotic Indians who were fighting the terrorists. And one such man, a very brave man, who today wears the army uniform with pride and is serving the nation with pride, is Colonel Shrikant Purohit. A man was called a terrorist. Unforgivable. Tortured, locked up for years. And tonight I come to you with evidence, viewers, which my investigative team has. I come to you with proof that he was fixed. Can you believe it, viewers? This was a lie, a hoax. A hoax. Did you fall for it? Colonel Shrikant Purohit was fixed because the Congress government wanted to spread a view that the color saffron, the sacred color saffron, should be associated with terrorism. And tonight, Republic and its investigative team comes to you with proof that explosives RDX was planted and Colonel Shrikant Purohit was fixed. It's a story you must hear. And I want to ask all of you tonight, if this was a hoax, which it was, why today, late 2022, is only the Republic Media Network telling you it's a hoax? Think about it, viewers. This was a hoax to defame a religion. Yes, viewers, it was. How much more do I have to say? Let's debate. Republic investigates. Another exclusive on the Malegaon case, which is going to be opened up, leaves a singular question. Was it a saffron terror hoax? Debate number 2 tonight. Brutally attacked, brutally beaten by the AAP government in Punjab. Farmers being thrashed by the AAP government in Punjab. What happened to Kejriwal being pro-farmer, and why is the lobby quiet about it? Tough questions tonight on debate number 3. The opportunistic so-called filmmaker who said he's against the film Kashmir Files now proves to be a Trojan horse for the Toolkit gang. The Toolkit gang. Ladies and gentlemen, we have proof on that too. And here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the debate tonight.
Part 3 of the Republic super exclusive of the Malegaon fraud. More statements are on the show tonight. Every detail, every document and every testimony pointing at one conclusion. Colonel Shrikant Purohit was fixed. A brutal and unprecedented crackdown on farmers by the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, its government in Punjab. Langars out at Singhu before the elections, but brutal lathis for farmers after the elections. This is Kejriwal's absolute doublespeak. From attacking the Kashmir files to attacking India and the Kashmir policy, Israeli filmmaker Lapid reveals his real agenda.
देखिए, एक एक्सपेरिमेंट है, प्रोएक्टिव एक्शन है और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जरूरी एक्शन है. बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लिया है प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने.
And a big exclusive of the debate tonight, Home Minister Amit Shah talking to Republic hints at an anti-radicalization cell to fight the terror menace. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we are back with another exclusive on the Malegaon probe. Details that are spilling the beans on the saffron terror hoax. But look at the larger picture of what this means. It means that Pakistan was enabled. It means that our own army men were targeted while the enemy was emboldened. It means that our national security was reduced to smithereens, to being reduced to an instrument of appeasement. Ladies and gentlemen, our third big exclusive on what was starting out as the Malegaon fraud, but which is without doubt today, hashtag saffron terror hoax. Let's debate. Official press conferences were held to emphasize on the saffron terror theory.
The message is that right-wing fundamentalist groups are suspected to be behind some bomb blasts. These are religious fundamentalist groups.
UPA-era ministers went on stage and spewed claims about Hindu terrorism.
माइनॉरिटी पर कई वक्त इनजस्टिस भी होता है, वो भी देखा जा रहे हैं. वहां जाके बॉम्ब प्लांट करना और ताकि ये उस माइनॉरिटी के लोगों ने किया है इस प्रकार का बताना, इसके लिए भी हमें बहुत सतर्क रहना.
The taint of Hindu terror was imprinted on the accused.
मुझे नहीं पता था इसका कारण क्या है, क्यों मुझे पीटा जा रहा है. जो मुझे बाद में पता चला कि वो कहलवाना चाहते थे कि तुमने एक विस्फोट किया है और मुस्लिमों को मारा है.
9 years later, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit was finally granted bail after the NIA pointed out all the flaws in the ATS investigation.
How do you look at it when you compare it to that case?
Ma'am, I can't say anything about that. About my case, I'm happy about whatever has happened in the sessions in High Court and Supreme Court. Now Sessions Court will listen to that.
Are you hopeful now of getting relief from the trial court, sir?
Yes.
But the whole truth is still not out. We told you about the missing narco tests.
Public has access exclusive details as to how Malegaon accused say that the narco analysis conducted by the anti-terrorist squad will prove their innocence. In fact, accused Major Ramesh Upadhyay has sought narco analysis details from various courts of law, but that has been turned down.
We showed you the statements that indicate fabrication to fix the accused. And now, another clincher tonight.
Now what we have come across of a statement, again, our army personnel, clearly mentioning. If I read out the statement, which clearly mentions that Srivastav had also threatened me that he will also implicate me in this case as implicated to Purohit.
The truth in the Malegaon plot must come out. The saffron terror hoax cannot float anymore. Let's debate. I have with me a statement that was being made before the NIA, but I also have with me exact part of the NIA charge sheet, and I have putting both together. It is quite clear that Colonel Shrikant Purohit was falsely implicated
It is quite apparent to all of us that he was fixed. The case was reverse engineered against Colonel Purohit, and the ATS was issuing open threats. All of this is on record, ladies and gentlemen, and again doing a fantastic job is my colleague Alisha Nair. Before I introduce everyone, actually let me introduce Professor Rakesh Sinha of the BJP, Colonel Arisan Singh, Milind Joshi Rao of Abhinav Bharat, and Sushant Sareen. It's a sensitive subject. Pankaj Sharma, Vivek Srivastav, Atikur Rahman, and Haji Hassan Ahmad, who's a Muslim scholar. I thank you all for joining me. We all realize it's a sensitive subject. It has many implications, but you know, more and more information is beginning to come out, and today a lot of people watching Republic are asking very pointed questions now. I want to start with Colonel Hani Bakshi. Colonel Hani Bakshi is a former commander of the TSD, which is the Technical Support Division of the Indian Army. Colonel Hani Bakshi, welcome.
Good evening.
Do you have, first of all, in terms of disclosures, what was your professional equation with Colonel Purohit? In what capacity were you working with him?
I was handling the South Kashmir intelligence in the year 2004, 5, 6, 7. And Colonel Purohit was then a major. He was there in South Kashmir, posted to the intelligence unit there. So I have known him since then. And a very fine officer who was very, very professional. And he had done some wonderful operations there in South Kashmir. So I know him since then. He was kind of indirectly under me.
So you didn't have a direct reporting equation into you?
No, in the sense that since he was in the same formation, so everything that was being reported on intelligence matters was coming to me.
So you were both working with military intelligence? And,
yeah.
And you joined military intelligence straight after passing out of the Indian Military Academy. So your entire career has been in military intelligence. Anyone knows about how MI works, it's you, right? You were commander of the Technical Services Division that was later disbanded. So you've held responsible positions. It's not as if we are talking to someone. I'm just establishing your credentials, Colonel Bakshi, because you know someone's going to turn around. We have people on the panel who tell her, who's Colonel Bakshi? What does he know? We know more, etc. So I'm establishing your professional credentials first.
30 years in the military intelligence, commanded 4 intelligence units.
You said Purohit has been incarcerated by the nation.
Yeah.
Right? And you are seeing these papers I have with me today, where it is written that this gentleman had threatened me in a statement that he will also implicate me in the case as implicated to Purohit. What does that mean? It means open threats were being issued for people to fall in line. Otherwise, they would face the same fate as Purohit.
Let me come down. Not only Purohit, there were others also who were being threatened to be witnesses in the case. One being Captain Nitin Joshi also. In fact, Nitin Joshi was threatened to an extent that he was made to give a statement in front of the magistrate, which he later retracted. In fact, he sent a letter to the Maharashtra Human Rights Commission also. And thereafter in the NIA, again when his statement was given on the basis of this complaint to the Maharashtra State Human Rights Commission, very categorically says that I was forced to make a confessional statement as dictated by the ATS Mumbai. Now, this is 5th of October 2009, he has retracted his statement which was given to the court.
Yeah.
And as far as Colonel Purohit is concerned, I'll just keep it in a very small thing. You see, there were 2 inquiries. Once Colonel Purohit was handed over to the ATS, there were 2 inquiries that were done departmentally. One inquiry was conducted without Colonel Purohit being given a chance to defend himself. That is his right. So he had moved the tribunal and he was given an opportunity. So the second court of inquiry was held. And in that court of inquiry, the army did not find anything. Now there was a 3rd inquiry wherein once the ATS, which I still hold to it, that one Subedar and 1 officer saw the ATS personnel rubbing the RDX in the house of one Mr. Chaturvedi.
Yeah.
Okay, that was on the 3rd of October, if I'm not wrong. 3rd of November, 2008.
Yeah.
And thereafter, these 2 people have given it in statement in the court that was rubbed, based on the basis of which the NIA has very categorically mentioned that now because of the statement of these 2 officers, we suspect that this RDX was planted to implicate him. Now, at that given time, if you recollect, Arnab, there was a lot of UN cry that RDX is missing from the army. So within the army, an internal inquiry was conducted again, and army said there's nothing missing. So if nothing was missing, then where did this RDX come from? My question is very simple, that it was a clear-cut case of implicating, planting, rather we call it a word, we call it padding. And
well, you're saying that anti-terror squad, the ATS, had access to RDX. RDX is not commonly available. It'll either be with the military or it'll be with the ATS, or ATS may have some access to it, right? So you're saying...
I would rather see a judicial inquiry be set up.
No, so it's already written here, and I have this NIA chart sheet, you know, where it is written that that they found assistant police inspector of the ATS in the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi when Sudhakar Chaturvedi was not present in the house, right? Yep. Both the witnesses confirmed this fact during the cross-examination. The question arises why the assistant police inspector of the ATS visited the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi in the absence of the accused, right? And after that, whether that person was taking a swab of RDX, which means RDX was being planted in a particular house. RDX was being planted, and I want to pick up the piece of paper, ladies and gentlemen, and the people of the country must see this. You want to hold this up as well? You have the piece of paper. I want to read out this part, viewers. We're not making this up. We're not making this up. I want to tell everyone watching tonight, including all our panelists, say what you want. Abuse Republic as much as you like. But we're not making this up. What has been made up is unimaginable, for it says here in the page I hold above with me, it says, the recovery itself becomes suspect on the ground that ATS Mumbai may have planted the RDX traces to implicate him and the other accused people in the case. I can't believe it. And RSN, the Lutyens media will not report this. They won't report this. Viewers, I think the time has come to ask ourselves, Colonel Bakshi, what's going on in this country? It's an army officer. The story we are telling here is that a government fixed army officers to save Pakistan. That's how I look at it, Colonel Bakshi. The government fixed patriotic army personnel to save jihadi groups. That's how I read it. How do you read it, Colonel Bakshi?
Arnab, I would like to add one more thing here, which will be a big revelation to your viewers. When Colonel Purohit was taken out from Pachmadi, where he was undergoing a language course, as per the army's own statement, he was missing from 29th of October to 4th of November. And my sources say probably he would have been eliminated, he would have been, encountered and killed the moment this RDX was there. And I'm saying it.
You mean they marked him missing or something? They wanted to mark him missing and then eliminate him in an encounter?
The moment the RDX was found in Sudhakar Chaturvedi's house, they would have eliminated him. Case shut. There was nobody to defend him. 4 days he was missing, and I know where he was kept. He was kept in Lonavala, in a safe house there. Why did not they take him into custody, into the right place where he should have been? Where was he for 4 days? My question is that. Neither on the army's radar nor on the police's radar.
Who's handling the ATS at that time?
Yeah, when he was picked up.
Who was handling the ATS at that time?
You're not audible a bit.
Who was handling the ATS at that time?
Yes, he was with the ATS at that time.
Who was handling the ATS?
That everybody knows it. Nothing new.
You want to share?
My issue is we would have lost an officer, a dedicated officer.
Almost lost him. As I thank Colonel Hani Bakshi, I want to tell you viewers, Colonel Shrikant Purohit is back serving the army.
Yeah.
We hope he gets justice. Years of incarceration, torture, unimaginable torture, called a terrorist. Today serving the army, once again wearing olive green. We're proud of him. Colonel Halim Bakshi, thank you very much. I'm taking the debate forward now.
Honored.
Professor Rakesh Sinha, you heard that? Colonel Arison Singh, any reactions to what you heard out there?
This is not only the viewers, gain of the Congress.
One of you. Okay.
This was.
Let Arison go first. Yeah, Arison.
No, what I'm saying that I want to take your viewers back to those days of 2008. Remember, there was elections in 2009, and when 26/11 was going on, does the country know that Shah Mahmood Qureshi was in India, right here in the heart of Delhi, addressing, talking to lady journalists in that women press corps, whatever you have. He was here, and then he was given a special aircraft to fly from this country back to Islamabad. Does the country know about it? Does this country know about the fact that the war room which should have handled the 26/11, the entire war room was in Pakistan? Can you believe it? Home Secretary Madhukar Gupta and his entire team was there. Has anybody asked Manmohan Singh and this fellow Chidambaram that who was handling? How was your war room there? They were taken when this attack was going on. They were having beer in Murray. Can you believe it?
There's nothing to believe. I know it. But the question is this. One minute. The question is this. And let's look at the sequence. Chronology समझने की कोशिश करते हैं. Rakesh Sinha, 26/11 happens. November 2008. The Congress government is under pressure. Its Pakistan policy is under question. The Aman Ki Asha Brigade does not know what to do. Chidambaram, Manmohan Singh, Sonia Gandhi decide to do some counterbalancing. They realize that if they create a nonsensical idea of Hindutva-inspired terrorism, then they will balance out. Interestingly, they put a question mark over Samjhauta. And Shah Mahmood Qureshi, I remember, let me tell you, you know why? Because when I asked him questions, and people can see the clip, I asked him in the Pakistan High Commission a few straight questions. He got so rattled, they tried to stop, an ISI man tried to stop my interview. I walked out of the Pakistan High Commission, and ever since we were told you'll be denied visa and entry into Pakistan, we said we give a damn. I know the journalists you are talking about, who played into the hands, but also remember there were journalists like us, RSN, who fought the Pakistanis. And Shah Mahmood Qureshi then pushed lies saying the Samjhauta Express incident and the Mumbai attacks were interconnected. So this was clearly an attempt to give Pakistan an escape route regarding 26/11. What a shame! What a shame, Vivek and Pankaj! What a shame, Atikur, we were betrayed by our own. What a shame! You created a hoax to save Pakistan.
I still consider Lieutenant Colonel Purohit a shady character.
No, your considering makes no difference.
He is still hiding many things.
No, your considering, we have all the papers now with us. Your lie will be exposed.
He is not making all the documents transparent and available.
He is not making the documents are all transparent, available, part of the NIA charge sheet. 1 minute. Just one minute.
But he has not disclosed those.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Rakesh Srivastava
has filed a writ.
No, Vivek
One of the victim's father has filed a writ.
Vivek Srivastava.
In which these documents should be made public.
The game is up.
He has been hiding them.
1 minute. Thank you very much. I'm replacing you on the right now. Rakesh Sinha. Rakesh Sinha, both in the testimonies, and in the facts. Rakesh on the left.
You are an anti-national. The papers he submitted to the prosecution which justifies his role.
You are an anti-national who is on our television channels every day. Right?
I have a question.
Can I have the volume up, please? I can't hear either in the newsroom.
And the other Sati Pragya, who's a Godse lover, even the Prime Minister was embarrassed by her.
Okay, now Vivek, I'll have to take you off. I said it, but I'm not being listened to. So I'm saying that I'm replacing Vivek on the right because he's speaking more nonsense than usual. I'm going to Rakesh Sinha on the left and Atikur Rahman on the right. I'm defining the people I want on both sides. Thank you very much. Now my question is simple. Rakesh Sinha, the facts are beginning to come out. They say he's shady. They say he's shady. This man spent 9 years in jail. Rakesh Sinha, 9 years he spent in jail after being wrongly fixed. When will there be justice? Why is it taking so long?
Arnav, I'm telling you, the whole process was not only concerned for the electoral gain of the Congress party. This was a small part. The design was to defame the Hindu organizations and a Hindutva movement. This design has the international conspiracy, and the Congress party was integral part of that conspiracy, hand in glove. The then Home Minister, two Home Ministers, who propounded the theory of Hindu terrorism and the saffron terrorism, and that too in front of Sonia Gandhi and before Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. In Jaipur Congress conclave, the Home Minister said it is a saffron terrorism. Where was saffron terrorism? Basically, they wanted to defame Indian Army. Arnav, I would remind you, I was in your debate on that question. When there was such a committee, the Congress party the ruling party emphasized the army, demanded from the army the religious demography in the army. Who are the Muslims, who are the Hindus, who are the Sikhs? For the first time, the army refused to give such information. General J.J. Singh, same army, scolded the late colonel, one of the officer who died later on in 26/11, Mr. Karkare. What happened? Mr. Karkare interviewed and probed Mr. Srikant Purohit without informing the army. You cannot do that. There are some certain protocol. This shows that there was a conspiracy, and these were just the tools of the conspiracy. And only that the Islamic terrorism and the propounder of the Islamic terrorism outside the country, they had pressurized the Indian agents. And I think Congress party acted as a very convenient tool of the international conspiracy. Second important thing is that when the government was investigating, they didn't get any substantial. Then they were planting the RDX in Sudhakar Chaturvedi's home. What ATS was doing, what NIA is doing, they didn't get anything. Now when the things are coming, and Colonel Purohit spent 9 years in the prison, nobody is coming. This left liberal coming that where are 9 years? Any person who is 9 years, rightly or wrongly from the minority community, they start shouting. Why? Who returned the 9 years to this young man? Now they are not questioning. In fact, their motive is to defame Indian army, disintegrate the Indian army, the most patriotic force, most organized force, and most devoted to the country's services. And that was one of the motive behind this conspiracy. Second was that because the rising Hindutva, nationalism, they wanted to defame nationalism in the eyes of the Hindus itself. That these people are the terrorists, they are backing the terrorism, they are creating the parallel terrorism, and that every hoax proved wrong in the Samjhauta Express, that proved wrong in the Malegaon blast. Now the question is that, are they introspecting or they are retreating the
No, we've got to push it a little bit more. One minute. We got to push it a little bit more. We got to push it a little bit more. Now, Arnav, one sec, Atik, you'll have to let me make my point clear so viewers understand where I'm coming from. I am clear. This was a hoax to protect Pakistan and provide some equalizing to Islamist terrorism, right? And this equalization was happening. I'd like to invite Sushant Sareen on the debate. Milind Joshi Rao wants to say something. Milind ji, I'm just coming to you. I want to make the bigger point. Very clear today that Purohit was falsely implicated. Question is today, Milind ji, how many others were threatened? Come into the debate. Okay, let me get Milind Joshi Rao on the left and get Atikur Rahman on the right. Evidence is being planted. I have written testimonies which prove that somebody was planting the RDX, right, in a particular residence to put the blame. It's not my speculation. I have facts regarding that. The statement names ATS member API Bagde and says he was sitting on the floor and in one hand he had a bag, and the other he was rubbing the floor, which means he was planting the RDX, right? We have statements of witnesses.
It is not just that. It is not just that.
Yeah.
Major Khanzode was on duty that time in the Deolali campus where Chaturvedi's home was situated, and Bagde had gone into it. When Major Khanzode went dead into night to inquire what an ATS officer is doing into this home, Bagde was so scared that he asked Major Khanzode not to tell this incident to anybody, and this has been recorded. Major Khanzode has recorded this statement in the court of inquiry conducted by the Indian Army. That was point number one. Colonel Hani Bakshi rightly said that Captain Nitin Joshi was threatened. I will add to it that he was threatened at the gunpoint just outside the magistrate's office. So that was the level of ATS officers doing those kind of threatening to come out with all these statements, the false statements, where the witnesses are turning hostile now.
One minute. There was, I'll tell you at that time, and viewers, I'm sharing something with you, since we were very strong in questioning Sushant, India's Pakistan policy, and 26/11 stopped this whole Sharmal Sheikh approach of Manmohan Singh. There was a strong desperation. Wherever I would go in Delhi, I would be told, oh, you are ruining India-Pakistan equations. You are going to be responsible for war in the subcontinent. So there was a desperation in the government at that point of time to somehow balance out this whole terrorism thing and not make Pakistan the only source of terrorism, make Pakistan look like a victim of terrorism. Therefore, Pakistan was given an alibi through Samjhauta, etc. And so, in the immediate aftermath of that, they created this theory. They made Malegaon, they created the theory, they needed to talk about saffron terrorism so as to balance it out and help their friends in Pakistan. That's how I read it. Sushant, what's your take?
No.
So, Arnab, number one, Sharmal Sheikh happened after the 26/11 attacks. Yes. And that was the bigger shock, that you had a government which, despite one of the biggest terror attacks in India, was ready to smoke the peace pipe with a terrorist country. So that was a shock. And I think everybody often forgets that in the same year, 2009, we had Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the WikiLeaks tell us that Mr. Rahul Gandhi, while speaking to the American ambassador, said that, the Lashkar-e-Taiba does a couple of things, but our real fear is from Hindu terrorists. And that's available on anybody can Google it and search that out. And I think that shows you a certain mindset of the government at that point. Look, I will certainly not go so far as maybe Colonel R.S.N. Singh, if I understood him correctly, to allege some kind of a linkage between the then government and these attacks. No. But I certainly think that there was a kind of a move by those people to try and equalize that. Yes, okay, fine, there is this Islamic terrorism happening,
and there is Hindu terrorism,
counterweight by Hindu terrorism.
That was a very small point to the government.
Okay, one minute. Sushant, Milind Joshi Rao of Abhinav Bharat is countering you. I'm giving everyone, I just want him to come with the flow, counter you and come back. I'm coming back straight to you after that, Sushant. Coming back straight to you after that. Let him counter you and we'll come in. Lots of people watching this tonight. Yeah.
That was a very small point for the government to make, that saffron terror as well as it exists. But the core reason why Colonel Purohit and Abhinav Bharat were implicated in this case has regarding to do something with the sleeper cells. The PFI, had Colonel Purohit being still serving and his network not destroyed that time by the ATS and by the government, this PFI thing which has been destroyed today had been destroyed in 2006 itself. Abhinav Bharat and military intelligence were dead behind these PFI people.
I now want to get in the other side. Let me.
Arnab, can I make a point, please? Look, number one, if what Mr. Joshi is saying, I take strong objection to it. There is absolutely no business that somebody from the military intelligence has to link up with a private organization to unveil some terrorist organization. That is not the way governments need to work. And I think that's a very problematic thing what he's saying, if indeed that is true.
No,
but
one minute.
I have a larger point.
Sir, what was Salwa Judum?
On this whole,
sir, what was
you said what you had to say.
In that
Can
case?
you let somebody else talk? Otherwise, you want to keep talking.
Sir, what was Salwa Judum in that case?
Okay, Arnab, I don't have anything to say.
If any organizations are not being helped by the government, you say Abhinav Bharat is not a private organization. It's an organization of die-hard nationalists. And your theory itself is very wrong that government doesn't engage into the citizen population.
Okay, but we are going, 1 minute. I take your view, I take Sushant's view. But now we are straying. The moot point right now is simply this. Was Purohit fixed? Hai na? Was Sadhvi Pragya fixed?
I was coming to that point if this gentleman had let me speak.
Yeah, I'm just coming to you. I just want to see whether at least today, after so much evidence has been put out, whether at least today Atikur Rahman and Pankaj Sharma, who are on the screen, are thinking and saying, look what they did. They gave ammunition to Pakistan to claim that 26/11 and Samjhauta were interconnected. By fixing Shrikant Purohit, you were trying to help Shah Mahmud Qureshi. This is betrayal. Do you understand it, Atik? You're creating a Hindu terror bogey to give ammunition to Pakistan, which is used by Pakistan to blackmail India over the 26/11 investigation. You've compromised on the oath of office you had. You gave ammunition to Pakistan media to push narratives against India. Terrible. At least today.
Arnab,
at least today, admit, Atik, Pankaj, at least today, people are watching tonight. Yeah.
Arnab, in the beginning, as you said that this is a very serious discussion we are entering into, so we should be careful. My moot point over here is, if you are doubting the ATS at that time, you are doubting the investigating agencies, you are doubting the government at that particular time, why should now I have no ample evidence against the Hindutva-wadi government we have in India, that they are not camouflaging everything, the witnesses are turning hostile. What exactly I as a citizen of India can hope for? 9 Muslims who were discharged from this case or are on bail. If they are out, Abhinav Bharat was not responsible. Aliens would not have, came down.
Are you saying, one minute.
The citizens of India are hoping for
Atik,
justice.
listen, Atik, I'll tell you. Atik, 1 minute. Before you say anything else, I want to ask you. I'm just coming to you, Alisha, but I want to ask you. Atik, look at the person on the left-hand side of the screen right now. You see this gentleman here? Or just right above you on the screen. Can you see him? Can you see him with the check shirt? Can you see him? Okay, let me get a close-up. I just had him on the frame, in a close-up frame.
No, I have.
Can I get Milind Joshi Rao on the screen closely with Atikur Rahman? Atikur Rahman, are you saying Milind Joshi Rao, who's on the left-hand side of the screen, does he look to you like he's a dangerous head of a terrorist organization? What are you talking? How far will you stretch this crazy theory?
Muslims.
How far will you take this crazy theory?
9 Muslims
No.
who are on bail on the same charges?
No. You're taking it too far.
You have their innocence on your TV?
You're taking it too far.
They were not innocent.
You're taking
what I am asking you, Arnab, is if we are talking of national security, then if that time government can be questioned, why can't I question the
That's what you want. You want a balancing out. And what I'm telling you is that there is no balancing out, for God's sake. There is what you want to do, and what the Congress government did was balancing out. Stop balancing out. Stop balancing out. You want to balance terrorism.
Even if I'm
you want a counterbalance to Qassam. You want a counterbalance to 26/11, and therefore you created this false theory. Pankaj, speak up tonight, Pankaj. Don't be quiet.
Where are they?
Speak up about where the betrayal happened.
Of Sri Hemant Karkare.
Well, well, 1 minute. Will you be quiet? I'm asking. Wasn't the Hindu terror narrative used by the Pakistan Foreign Office? Did the Pakistan Foreign Office not say? Did the Pakistan Foreign Office not say?
The seriousness of this
Sir, very serious. Did the Pakistan Foreign Office not say that Hafiz Saeed is not a terrorist? But Colonel Purohit is the
want to
Who do you stand with?
You want to know the contents of Colonel Purohit's laptop, sir?
Yeah, you have, oh yes. RSN is on the debate right now, and you got blind. RSN and Milind Joshi Rao are on the debate. This is crazy. What are you trying to balance out? What balancing out was this?
No, he's just shouting about the laptop probably. There were a lot of evidences. There were a lot of evidences that were fabricated by the ATS and given in front of the court. The court has already dismissed all those laptops and whatever this Atikur Rahman is showing right now. It's already been dismissed in the court. There is no truth to it.
Listen. I don't talk in thin air. Let me get your facts clear. There was a blast. There were blasts in Malegaon in 2006. The 9 people he is talking about. The ATS that time head was Raghuvanshi. And
correct. KPS
the DGP was Pasaricha. The DGP himself had a press conference. And he said that these 9 people were involved. And he said, you go, you can take out your, from the archives, his press conference. And he categorically said that I have absolutely no doubt. Then what happened is that in 2008 September, they had a very small blast, in Malegaon again. Just this was in preparation for 26/11, so that the entire country buys out this theory of, Hindu terror, right? And Arnab, I remember that time, just after the Samjhauta blast, I remember that very day, after 2 days, I was with you on a debate. And at that time, I had told you that, look, the truth lies somewhere else. Tomorrow, Pakistan is going to turn around and say that look, 1 minute, look, you are the perpetrators of terrorism. Now, what happens? Can you believe it? ये दुनिया में सरीन साहब एक ही मुल्क होगा जो कि बाहर के लोग कह रहे हो, जो पाकिस्तान Fauzia Autala, David Headley's Moroccan wife, went to the American embassy and she said, my husband has done it. और आपके लोग कह रहे कि नहीं. It was not he. It was not Pakistan which had done it. It is our people who had done it. And Sareen Saab, please ask Chidambaram and Digvijay Singh. Please ask Chidambaram and Digvijay Singh who killed Karkare.
I want Haji Hassan Ahmed. हाजी हसन अहमद जी, आप ये सुन रहे हैं ना?
अरे
हाजी हसन अहमद जी, आप सुन रहे हैं ना?
80 साल का आदमी is going around planting bombs. स्वामी असीम आनंद is a स्वामी.
हाजी हसन अहमद को कहना चाहते हैं. हाजी हसन अहमद
लखनऊ.
हाजी हसन अहमद from Lucknow.
180-year-old man is creating.
Okay, RSN 1 minute. हाजी हसन जी.
अरे भाई इनको पहले चिल्लाने, आप कुछ और गालियां दे लिए. इस्लामिक वर्ड को यूज करके क्यों नफरत की दुकान चलाते? क्या मिलता है आप? क्या मिल जाएगा आपको? ये बताइए.
Rakesh Sinha, 1 minute. We are going off in another direction. I'll have Rakesh Sinha and Sushant on the left. I want to go back on the subject at hand. हाजी हसन अहमद जी, मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है, जैसे कि आप देख चुके हैं और इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन आपके सामने हाजी हसन जी हमने रखी है कि ये सारा जो नैरेटिव था हिंदू टेररिज्म का, सैफरन टेररिज्म का, ये तो गलत निकला ना. ये तो गलत निकला ना. इस पर कितनी रोटियां सेकी लोगों ने, कितने दुकानें खोली लोगों ने सैफरन टेररिज्म के नाम पर. आप पूछिए राकेश सिन्हा जी को, पूछिए आप राकेश सिन्हा जी को पूछिए.
बिल्कुल सबको पूछने जा रहा हूं मैं. अर्नब, पैनल में बैठे हुए हर एक आदमी को पूछने जा रहा हूं मैं, और हर एक हिंदुस्तानी से मैं पूछने जा रहा हूं कि जो लोग पैनल में बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर रहे हैं हिंदू टेररिज्म और इस्लामिक टेररिज्म को, 1 मिनट अर्नब, जो जस्टिफाई करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो डिनाई करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
मैं ना हिंदू टेररिज्म ना इस्लामिक की कहता हूं, मैं जिहादी टेररिज्म जरूर कह रहा हूं. और राकेश सिन्हा जवाब दे रहे हैं जनाब आपको. राकेश सिन्हा जवाब दे रहे हैं. ऐसे राकेश सिन्हा ऑन द लेफ्ट.
सुनना पड़ेगा, सुनना पड़ेगा पहले. सुनना पड़ेगा पहले.
अच्छा, इनको बोलने दे. 1 मिनट राकेश सिन्हा, इनको बोलने दे, उसके बाद जवाब दे. राकेश सिन्हा, इनको बोलने दे, उसके बाद जवाब.
ATS दोषी थी. मंत्री भारत सरकार दोषी था, कौन दोषी था? कितने लोग पैनल में बैठे हुए भारत सरकार के खिलाफ केस करेंगे कि एटीएस के खिलाफ केस किया? सिर्फ नफरत का ढोल बजाना है। क्यों डर लगता है कांग्रेस से? कांग्रेस आज नेस्तनाबूद उन्होंने की कायगार पे आ गई, फिर भी इतना डर रहे हैं। क्यों नहीं राहुल गांधी पे केस करते? क्यों नहीं कांग्रेस पार्टी के ऊपर केस करते? क्यों हिंदू मुसलमान को डिवाइड एंड रूल की पॉलिसी अपना रहे? किसको फायदा पहुंचाना चाहते हैं आप लोग? किसको?
इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो होनी चाहिए ना, इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो होगी ना, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगी। आई हैव हर्ड यू नाउ, राकेश सिन्हा, राकेश सिन्हा,
उनको इंसाफ कब मिलेगा? क्यों नहीं आप लोग सरकार खड़ा करते?
No, they are trying to create the parallel. Just now they created parallel. Then also, we have not produced any Bakhtiar Khilji in our history, nor we have produced any Kasab in our history. And you are creating a Hindu terrorism and the Islamic terrorism. And you are questioning our wisdom. I have a question. When there was the government of India was under the pressure of the international lobby. The anti-Hindu lobby were pressurizing the New Delhi to do what they wanted. They wanted that Indian army should be defended. They wanted that Indian army should be disintegrated. That was the real objective. The government of India was under the dirty department of the international elites.
तो ये सोचने वाली बात है कि आज गवर्नमेंट जो चाहे वो कुछ भी करा सकती है।
जी आप थोड़ा सा रिलैक्स होकर आप अपने आप को सवाल पूछिए कि 2009 के इलेक्शन के पहले लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल पुरोहित को 2008 में अरेस्ट किया गया। शायद वो किसी तरह की टेररिस्ट अपीजमेंट पॉलिसी थी, है ना? और राहुल गांधी तो गए थे ना अमेरिकन एम्बेसी में कह के कि राहुल गांधी ने हिंदू टेररिज्म के बारे में जो कहा, सैफरन टेररिज्म के बारे में जो कहा अमेरिकन ऑफिशियल्स के सामने, वो तो ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। I want to go to Alisha. Alisha, tell me one thing. Alisha, एक मिनट. Alisha, ये आप, you tell me one thing. Just 1 minute. Alisha, now the problem is that there are a lot of people who have said that Hindu terrorism exists. Sitaram Yechuri, Digvijay Singh, they have taken positions on this. So to counter this, there has to be a lot of contrary information. Kitni information hai, kitni evidence hai? Can you tell me something? You have a lot of documents before you, you have a lot of evidence. What is the story that is now coming out? Alisha.
Adam, we are really shocked because what we have produced, it is the documents, the charge sheet that has been filed by National Investigation Agency. Moreover, I need to read one of a statement,
right,
which has been mentioned in the charge sheet, which says that on considering the fact narrated by above mentioned witnesses, the question arises here why API visited the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi in the absence of accused witnesses, and he was requested not to tell anything about his presence at the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi. It is pertinent to mention here that the ATS conducted search of the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi on 25th 11/2018, from where he had taken the swab of RTX. This creates doubt on this recovery of swab of RDX, keeping in view of the deposition.
The ATS conducted the search in the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi after API Bagde of the ATS visited his house. After.
Yes.
So which means the RDX would have been planted.
Yes.
And after that they did the search.
Yes. And it has also been...
there's another story. How did Bagde enter the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi? Where did he get the keys for that?
So this is important because
how does this link up? How does this link back to Shrikant Purohit? How are they trying to bring Shrikant Purohit by doing this?
And this is something that has been mentioned by National Investigation Agency, and they are saying that the absence of accused witnesses, API Bagde has visited the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi and also requested him not to tell anything about his presence at the house of Sudhakar Chaturvedi. Which
is a clear case of planting yes, the RDX, right? There's no doubt here. What's coming across here, viewers, is a clear case. What Alisha is telling me, that explosives are being planted. Now I go back to this. Pankaj, don't tell me, tell Sushant Sareen, why are people desperate? Why are people desperate to plant RDX and put the blame on Colonel Purohit? What is the need? What is the desperation behind that? You tell me, Pankaj. Tell me.
This Hindu terror narrative,
yes,
whose grandchild was this?
Home Secretary of India named an organization and told the nation that at least 10 people having close links with this particular organization and its affiliates are accused in various acts of terror across India. Where is this Home Secretary now? Now he is a very senior minister, the power minister in Narendra Bhai Modi's government. So these are the days when we are made to believe that there was never any Abhinav Bharat, there were no arms training camps. So if someone wants to tell us that nothing happened with Bilkis Banu, nothing happened in Naroda Patia, nothing happened in 2002.
Stay focused. Tell me, there were, just 1 minute. I'm bringing back Sushant because I cut him short earlier. There were American intelligence inputs of the links of one Pakistani national, Arif Kasmani, to terrorist organizations. Despite that, the Congress government chose to implicate Swami Asimanand and not investigate the angle of Arif Kasmani. And then they said Swami Asimanand is a Hindu terrorist. So they took the focus away from the real terror organizations. Yes, Sushant.
On the Samjhauta case, it was not just the Americans. Arif Kasmani was listed as an international terrorist by the UN.
Yes.
So for these people to then suddenly wake up that no, it was some guy like Asimanand who went and planted that bomb and was this great terror mastermind. That is bizarre, right? So the whole narrative was being built up in a way that you wanted to equalize at one level. And frankly, there are enough whistleblowers within the government. You have that gentleman, Mr. Mani, who was an undersecretary in the Home Ministry, who has written a book on this. You have a number of other cases. Now, the case which Mr. Sharma is talking about, that is precisely what is wrong with the Indian bureaucracy. That whatever the political master commands them to do, they will do it, they will say it without even an iota of conscience in them or any kind of an evidence with them. Which is what the gentleman, Mr. Sharma, is talking about did. Which is what all those other guys who set up people like Colonel Purohit and who set up this whole conspiracy theory, which they have flogged, which has fallen apart completely. This is precisely what they were doing.
Yes,
it does not come as any surprise to me. The way the explosives were being planted, the way the evidence was being planted in order to implicate people. This is standard operating procedure of third-rate cops. That's what they do.
We know them. And some of them have been common to the last 1 year of the Uddhav government and this case. Viewers, quiz question for you tonight. Which cops are common to this case and common to all the evil acts during the Uddhav government? Quiz question for you, viewers. Quiz question for you. And viewers, I want to say tonight, before I close, food for thought, think of the injustice to the Indian army done by the Congress. They talk of Bharat Joro now. Rahul Gandhi should first go and apologize to Colonel Shrikant Purohit. They talk of Bharat Joro. Look at the insults they have. They try to protect Pakistan. They talk about Bharat Joro. 59 witnesses, ladies and gentlemen, deposed before the Army's Court of Inquiry that Shrikant Purohit was doing his job as a military intelligence officer. But you called him a terrorist. They talk about Bharat Joro. They are hypocrites, ladies and gentlemen, absolute hypocrites. And coming up on the other side tonight, Kejriwal said, I'm pro-farmer. I'll show you pictures on the other side which will show you how pro-farmer Arvind Kejriwal really is in a few minutes.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with raw materials which escalated the spread of the fire. As a result, thick smoke engulfed the nearby areas. As per initial report, some people were inside the factory while the fire broke out, but all were safely rescued and no casualties were reported. According to the fire department, 4 fire tenders tried to douse the fire. It is also alleged that no fire extinguishing system was installed inside the factory. Fire officials have stated that a detailed investigation has been launched, but the reason of the fire is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV. In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. Initial reports suggest that the accident took place due to a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa area. Police teams rushed to the spot and injured were shifted to the nearest hospital.
प्राथमिकता के आधार पर पुलिस बल सवेरे से ही तैनात है। जैसे ही घटना की सूचना मिली, पुलिस के लोगों ने रेस्क्यू किया है और जो घायल हैं गंभीर रूप से उनका जिला अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है। शेष सामान्य घायल यहाँ CHC पर हैं और ये बाकी सारी चीज़ें इसकी जांच कराई जा रही है।
However, according to the officials, cause of the accident is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Indian and US forces is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. There's a drill which they are right now showcasing, and that's the search and rescue operation drill.
The NIA has targeted the gangster network in North India as raids are being conducted by the agency in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan. Congress President Malegaon Kharge, during his address at a public meeting for the party's campaign in Gujarat last evening, compared Prime Minister Modi with Ravan.
YS Sharmila, she was seated in a car. She wanted to drive till the CM's camp office, but she wasn't allowed. And then the police officials stored the vehicle. She was brought at the SR Nagar police station.
Taran district of Punjab. This was the second Pakistani drone that has been shot down by the border security force in past 24 hours in Punjab.
The Delhi police has filed a petition at the court getting this narco test done on December 1, and this has been accepted.
Studios of Republic TV. It's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 10, powered by Greenply.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we saw visuals of a brutal, crude, brutal assault on farmers by the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, in Sangrur. Unbelievable brutality, viewers, by Kejriwal's government. Right in front of the Chief Minister's residence. Farmers were lathi charged, they were beaten, thrashed. It's as if the Aam Aadmi Party government was out to teach the farmers a lesson, simply for demanding their rights. Farmers, workers, beaten in such a way by a state government whose party's chief, whose ruling party's chief goes around the entire country saying, I'm pro-farmer, Arvind Kejriwal? Is this pro-farmer? Let's watch and then debate.
हम लोग पूरी तरह से आपके साथ हैं, आपकी सारी मांगों का समर्थन करते हैं, पूरी तरह से आपके साथ हैं। किसी भी चीज की जरूरत हो आप मेरे को छोटा भाई, मेरे को सेवादार मानना आप लोग।
1 year ago, Kejriwal was attending the farmers' protest in solidarity, felicitating protesters on stage with shawls. They were promising top-class amenities to the protesting farmers.
First, primary medical care is being provided to the farmers, disposable plates, glasses, food, fruits, langar facility is being made available, toilets have been installed. So we're trying to do our bit to ensure that the farmer does not face any trouble as far as accessing basic amenities is concerned.
They made politically charged speeches at the farmers' protests at the Singhu border.
आज तुम किसानों की हड्डियां तोड़ रहे हो, तुम्हें निलंबित करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए बताओ? तुम्हारा भी तो निलंबन होना चाहिए। 80 साल के बूढ़े आदमी की आंख फोड़ दे रहे हो, आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़ रहे हो, लाठियों से बर्बरता पूर्वक पीट रहे हो, नेशनल हाईवे को खुदवा दे रहे हो, 302 के 307 के मुकदमे लिख रहे हो, और तो और कुत्ते भी जिसका खाते हैं उसके वफादार होते हैं। तुम अन्नदाताओं का खाते उनको आतंकवादी बोलते हो।
But now when farmers peacefully protested, demanding an increase of minimum daily wages, they were pushed, manhandled, lathi charged and faced the most brutal crackdown. Women and the elderly subjected to a violent pushback for simply protesting in front of the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's Sangrur residence. The police in riot gear brought in to target the farmers as they raised slogans. This unprecedented brutal crackdown is true attack on democracy under the Aam Aadmi Party regime. But all those who trooped to Singhu border in solidarity are silent. While there seems to be a backsliding of democracy in Punjab, Kejriwal was heard making promises to farmers in Gujarat.
पहली गारंटी, अगर कोई किसान एमएसपी पे अपनी फसल बेचना चाहता है, सरकार उसकी फसल खरीद करेगी, सरकार को बेच सकता है। दूसरी गारंटी, अब किसानों को दिन में बिजली देंगे, 12 घंटे बिजली देंगे अपनी खेती करने के लिए। तीसरी गारंटी, ये जो इन्होंने नया जमीनों का सर्वे कराया है, इस सारे सर्वे को रद्द किया जाएगा, दोबारा नया सर्वे करवाया जाएगा, आप सर्वे करोगे।
Tonight, the dual stand must be called out. Let's debate.
Akhil Khan backs up and Sanjay Mishra also backs up. अकील खान जी देखिए, मैं विजुअल्स दिखाता हूँ, कितनी आम आदमी पार्टी कितनी प्रो फार्मर है, ज़रा देख लीजिए इसको। जिस तरह से उनको मारा गया और जिस तरह से अटैक की गई और जिस तरह से हर किसान के लिए 10-10 पुलिस वालों को बुलाया गया कि मारो इनको, पकड़ पकड़ के इनको मारो। मैं तो ऑडियो अगर आपको सुनाऊं, लोग चीख रहे, पीपल आर स्क्रीमिंग, शाउटिंग, और वहां पे पुलिस को बोला जा रहा है और मारो, लाठियां ले आओ, बीट देम अप।
लाठी चार्ज कर दिया गया है।
ये देखिए
किस तरह खदेड़े जा रहे हैं मजदूरों को, तुम देखो जी लाठी चार्ज है और लाठी चार्ज है पुलिस वालों कितने गए हैं।
एंड वन मिनट आई आल्सो वांट टू टेल यू, इनको पकड़ा गया, सम ऑफ देम वर स्पेशल पुलिस फोर्सेस वर कॉल्ड इन टू बीट देम, और जो बूढ़े थे, the elderly people were beaten, they were surrounded. This is the real face of Kejriwal, real face of Kejriwal. और ये कहते हैं प्रो फार्मर है, बहुत प्रो फार्मर है आप।
Should I tell now?
अरे बहुत प्रो फार्मर है, मैं तो आपको कांग्रेचुलेट कर रहा हूं। हैशटैग है आप गवर्नमेंट बीट्स फार्मर्स, आप बहुत प्रो गवर्नमेंट है, हम देख चुके हैं अभी। आप बोलिए।
Arnab, don't single out the things. Please don't single out the things. More than 90% demands of the farmers have been met.
And many are in pipeline. Don't try to single out and then
80 साल के, एक मिनट, रमणीक मान 80 साल के किसान को जिस तरह से मारा गया आज, पकड़ के पीट के लाठी मार के आपने गिरा के उसके बाद लात मार के आपने मारा, आप मुझे कह रहे हैं, you're telling me?
Not the first time, I must tell you.
Ramnik Man.
This is, Arnab, this is not the first time. This has happened before.
You see.
Deep Aam Aadmi, sir, please. आपको कुछ नहीं पता, 90%, 100% कर रहे हैं आप. Please.
You see.
शांत होइए आप.
Arnab.
See, this Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab is an anarchist government. They are an opportunist government.
Congress government.
Arrogant.
What is going
autocratic,
on all over India? You don't know.
Incompetent, inhuman. The police was, sir, please. Don't speak over me. The police was under instruction to be ruthless, to be inhuman, to teach these farmers a lesson. For what? For the very reason Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant had made certain promises which were not kept by the government. So they were there to peacefully ask for their rights as guaranteed by Arvind and Bhagwant. And what do they get in return? They get in return a brutal lathi charge. It was not a simple lathi charge, but a brutal lathi charge. And I must tell you, Arnab, this is not the first time. 1158 assistant professors were meted the same treatment. Young boys, their turbans were taken off. Young girls, their clothes were torn. And in Anandpur Sahib, the place where Khalsa was born,
have died.
Yes, Aam Aadmi Party government had lathi charged farmers. They had lathi charged villagers for opposing illegal mining. This is the real face of the Aam Aadmi Party. They make promises not to be kept. They are pathological liars. That is what they are. They are a bunch of pathological liars. They have misled the people of Punjab into voting for them. And I am telling you, Arnab, people of Punjab are tired. And this, I must, again, Arnab, I will emphasize, this is enough. They have gone beyond. This is something this central government never did for a year. When these farmers were protesting at Singhu border, nobody was lathi charged.
Yeah, for 6 months, Akil, मैं ये आम आदमी पार्टी के हिपोक्रेसी के बारे में दो चीजें कहना चाहता हूँ अखिल जी एक मिनट. भारत कटियायन is national president of the Navyuvak Dal.
Shameless you
Bharat,
are,
can you hear me?
I want
Bharat, can you hear me?
Whosoever is defending Aam Aadmi Party, allow me a moment, please.
Can I have Bharat on the left, please, producers? Bharat on the left and Sanjay on the right. Thank you very much. Yes, Bharat.
Could you please tell me that on 17 September 2020, Bhagwant Mann said that farmers are lion and they should be treated with respect. Is this the respect that he was talking about? It is on record of Lok Sabha session, 17 September 2020, Bhagwant Mann stated. Then again, on 8th of October 2021, Bhagwant Mann said that we are not having our constitutional right by not allowed to be, we are not able to protest. Aaj, you are beating those people who are trying to protest. Is this what you were saying, that we are not having our freedom? Is this freedom that you want? You want freedom to beat people? You want freedom to kill people? You want freedom that nobody should speak against AAP? Are you trying to threaten people? What exactly?
And these are not, you see, the problem is, Bharat, Sanjay Mishra, ये आम आदमी पार्टी जो है ना, वो अमीर किसानों के साथ है. आज जो गरीब किसान है उनके साथ नहीं है. मेरी बात सुनिए संजय जी, मैं अपनी बात रख लूं, फिर चन्नी जी भी हैं, बीजेपी के स्पोक्समैन है पंजाब के. संजय मिश्रा जी, मुझे पता है कि अब आपको सपोर्ट करते हैं, मगर ये गरीब किसान है, इनको ऐसे मारना. और जरा विजुअल दिखाए, मैं तो आई विल स्पीक ओवर द विजुअल्स. उन्होंने क्या मांगा था? उन्होंने कहा था कि रूरल और फार्म लेबरर्स को वेज हाइक मिलनी चाहिए, है ना. और ये तो मान ने खुद प्रॉमिस की थी. ये तो केजरीवाल ने खुद प्रॉमिस की थी, किसी ने इससे फोर्स करके प्रॉमिस कराई थी क्या? आप प्रॉमिस करो, फिर कोई आके आपको याद दिलाए कि भाई आपने प्रॉमिस की थी, आप अपने बात को रखिए। और उनको इस तरह से मारना, 70-80 साल के किसानों को पकड़ पकड़ के इस तरह से मारना, ये क्या बेरहमी है? ऐसा क्यों किया केजरीवाल ने? संजय मिश्रा जी ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं? मुझे पता है कि गुजरात के कैंपेन में बिजी है, मगर ऐसा नहीं कि अभी सरकार में आ गए तो उन्हीं लोगों को मारो जिनके कंधों पर चढ़ के आप सरकार बनाई आपने। जी बोलिए।
देखिए, पंजाब की संगरूर की घटना हो या दिल्ली बॉर्डर की घटना,
नहीं मैं संगरूर की घटना के बारे में बोल रहा हूं।
और मजदूरों
संगरूर की घटना के बारे में बोलिए, संगरूर में क्या हुआ?
संगरूर मैं अर्नव जी, संगरूर की घटना में संगरूर के एसएसपी का बयान आया हुआ है। संगरूर के एसएसपी का बयान कहीं आप मानेंगे या नहीं मानेंगे?
मैं नहीं मानता, झूठ बोल रहे हैं।
दूसरी बात,
झूठ बोल रहे, नहीं मानता। वो कह रहे हैं कोई लाठीचार्ज नहीं हुई। वो कह रहे हैं कुछ हुआ ही नहीं। मैं नहीं मानता।
केंद्र की सरकार ने जिस तरह की क्रूरता केंद्र की सरकार ने किसानों के साथ दिखाई है, 8 साल के अंदर जो किसानों की हालत देश में की गई है, मजदूरों की हालत की गई है, वो निंदनीय है। यह भी निंदनीय है कि किसानों के लिए जो भी घोषणाएं केंद्र सरकार ने की, आज यदि दोनों दल की घोषणा देखें, केजरीवाल की घोषणा देखें और मोदी जी की घोषणा देखें, तो आप देखेंगे कि 90% तक अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार ने पूरा किया है, जबकि नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने।
ये कौन सर्टिफिकेट दे रहा है आपको?
भी अपने
ये आपको किसने, ये 90% वाली बात आपने किसको पूछ के आपने सर्टिफिकेट आप छाप के लाए कि 90% आप आदमी पार्टी वालों की यही प्रॉब्लम है? एक मिनट सुनिए, अरे भाई एक मिनट सुनिए संजय मिश्रा जी, हम थोड़े से ना एक्सपीरियंस पत्रकार है, मेरी से बात सुनिए। आप लोगों की हैबिट क्या है? आप बिल्कुल सीधे तरीके से बोलेंगे कि देखिए हम तो 90 क्या 99% हम कर चुके हैं, दूसरों ने 1% नहीं किया, हम सब कुछ फ्री देंगे, बिजली फ्री देंगे, पानी फ्री देंगे, हवा फ्री देंगे, आपके जीवन को फ्री दे देंगे। मगर बाद में अभी जब वास्तविकता लोगों के सामने आती है तो आप कह रहे हैं कुछ नहीं हुआ। तस्वीरें दिखाएं, आज चन्नी जी इन्होंने कहा, ये कह रहे कुछ नहीं हुआ, ये कह रहे मैं झूठ बोल रहा हूं। तो झूठ है तो झूठ को जरा फुल फ्रेम दिखाया जाए। प्रोड्यूसर्स, इसको जरा फुल फ्रेम दिखाया जाए प्लीज। ये झूठ है बोल रहे हैं मुझे।
एसएसपी के बयान,
हाँ बोलिए। 2 windows on 2 sides, संजय मिश्रा and SS Channi and the visuals in the middle।
नहीं, संगरूर के एसएसपी के, नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं सुनूंगा मैं। आप मेरी बात को सुनिए, आप मेरी बात को सुनिए। संगरूर के एसएसपी से आप पूछिए कि क्या गलत बयानबाजी किया है। दूसरी बात, यदि वहां
आपने इतने लारे लगा दिए, लोगों को बेवकूफ बना लिया, कहाँ
बॉर्डर के ऊपर
पहले हिमाचल का बता दो, आप गुजरात में चले गए,
किसान मर गए,
आप मेरे को एक मिनट बोलने का मौका तो दो।
क्या आपने
प्लीज मेरे को बोलने का मौका दो। आपका जो असली चेहरा है वो आपके सामने आया कि आपकी हिपोक्रेसी किस लेवल तक जा सकती है। और आपने जैसे आप अगर हम मान लें आपकी बात, आपने 90% वादे पूरे कर दिए। डू यू हैव द राइट टू ब्रूटली लाठीचार्ज दीस गाइस? डू यू हैव दिस राइट? व्हाट आर यू डूइंग? और द होल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पंजाब, they are on a political tourism in Gujarat. They literally failed to invoke any kind of response from the people of Himachal. Now they are struggling in Gujarat, and they have nothing to offer. They have fooled people of Punjab. Ask any single person of Punjab, they will tell you how they have been cheated by these, I should say, rumor mongers, because they have done nothing. They have just given guarantees. Right now, we have been listening to Kejriwal. He is giving these kind of guarantees. And what the hell they are doing with these people of the state? And have they got this right to beat them up? Like this, I have never seen in the history. And I have been the DM, I have the Home Secretary. This has never been done like this. So this is totally unacceptable. This is totally ridiculous. And people have already shown them the real face of theirs after 3 months when they lost election to a person like Simranjit Singh Man, who has nothing to offer to the people of the state. And now again they have done this. Whether you fulfill their demands or not, what right you have to brutally lathicharge? Why could not you send the DC over there?
The point is, Mr. Channi,
over there? Why could
Mr. Channi, you've been a bureaucrat. I want to tell viewers that besides being spokesperson of the Punjab BJP, SS Channi has been the former Punjab Home Secretary. So he understands the state. And I'm always saying, Lokesh Jindal, Hardeep Singh Kingra, जो कर नहीं सकते कभी promise मत कीजिए. अभी by the way, बुरा ना माने, किंगरा जी, लोकेश जिंदल जी, पहला सवाल मेरा ये है रमनीक मान इनसे कि ये योगेंद्र यादव कहाँ है?
Exactly.
ये योगेंद्र यादव तो बड़े बिजी आजकल, मुझे लग रहा है जहां राहुल गांधी जाते 10 कदम आगे 10 कदम पीछे, है ना?
इच्छाधारी नाग
कहाँ है भाई? रमनीक मान कहाँ है योगेंद्र यादव?
ये कहाँ है इच्छाधारी नाग?
बड़े किसान नेता योगेंद्र यादव कहाँ है? Where is he?
कभी सेफोलॉजिस्ट
Can you have the visuals in the middle, please?
आता और ये अर्नब सेकंड ये कह रहे हैं कि 10% मांगे रह गई थी, 90% मांगे हमने पूरी कर दी. So why did you have to brutally
Ramanik Man, people like my question. The nation wants to know, where is Yogendra Yadav today?
Where is this Ichhadhari Nag?
Where is Yogendra Yadav today? Kisan Neta, Virat Kisan Neta, Yogendra Yadav, where is he today? Can I have him? Where is he?
अगर इन्होंने 90% मांगे,
I am asking for Lokesh Jindal on the right, Aditi, and his volume up, please. Can we do that? 1 minute. I'll need to talk to my directors. I need Lokesh Jindal on the right, his volume up, because I can't listen to 5 people together. It disturbs me. Can I have that, please, on the screen? Can the vision mixers be told to do that? Thank you. Yes, please. Now tell me. Lokesh, speak.
This Aam Aadmi Party is heavily urban biased political party. Now, when it talks about all forms of freebies in the form of universalization of all forms of commodities by the state as freebies, now it is deliberately neglecting the rural sector.
There is no difference between AAP and Congress.
There is a deliberation with which
but there is no difference between AAP and Congress. No, there is no difference. You have
the people in the urban area.
No, you are a joint venture.
In which BJP has been doing this in Gujarat. So both BJP and Aam Aadmi Party have been apathetic to the cause of the farmers, and the farmers are suffering only and only because of this apathy by peaceful political
that is called a prepared speach. Now, that is called a prepared speech. जो आपने अभी दिया ना, whatever you just said. 1 minute. Can I be on the screen and we have to be quicker on this, please? I am saying
they have reduced all forms of subsidies.
I'm saying that's
the inputs.
I'm saying to you that's a prepared speech. I ask you the question. Hardeep Singh Kingra is on this debate. I want him on the right now, please. Hardeep Singh Kingra, you see, Yogendra Yadav was with AAP yesterday. Today he's with Congress. There is no difference. You are trying to convince the people you have nothing to do. But the fact is, during the so-called, during the fake Kisan agitation, you both were together. There is no difference between both of you. है ना? There's no difference, Mr. Kingra. Remember the debates we used to have during the so-called fake farmers agitation, which was an act of great fakery?
Kisan agitation was not a political agitation, Arnab. It
of
was
course
an
it was.
agitation where the
it was 1000% political.
Generic term. It includes BJP, it includes Congress, it includes Akali Dal, it includes every party. Kisan is a generic term. It is not a politically specific term. Secondly, Arnab, the politics of lies, it has been started by Aam Aadmi Party in this country. The biggest bigotry, their top leader, he started telling lie in his personal life also. He said that I have resigned from the service of Indian Revenue Service. He never resigned, he is getting pension. Then he used to say that I retired as Commissioner of Income Tax, which he was never a Commissioner of Income Tax. His association called his explanation, and then he stopped saying that he is a Commissioner. He tells lies every second. They fooled the people of Punjab. The Punjab people unnecessarily or just by mistake, they brought these people into power in Punjab. And if you look at Mr. Man's lecture couple of days back before the election, he said, यहाँ लाठी चार्ज नहीं होगा, यहाँ पर कोई टैंकी पे नहीं चढ़ेगा, यहाँ पर कोई गोली नहीं चलेगी, यहाँ पर कोई धरने नहीं होंगे, and all these things are happening when Man is enjoying in the helicopter. वो कहता था कि ये 200 आदमी लेके चलते हैं, आज वो 350 आदमी लेके चलता है. वो कहता था ये 30 लोग कारों का काफला लेके चलते हैं, आज ये 42 कारों का काफला लेके चलता है. वो कहता था मुर्गी खाने खोल ले, आज भाई मुर्गी खाना क्यों नहीं खोल लेता ये. आज इसको हेलीकॉप्टर से एयर टर्मिनल तक आने के एयरपोर्ट टर्मिनल तक आने के लिए सिक्योरिटी चाहिए.
We were speaking, you can't replace him. Aditi, you can't replace him. He's speaking on the left. What's going on here? 1 minute, I need to talk to my producers. Yeah.
Now, Now another thing. If you see, you call it a lathi charge, I call it a brutality. It is a scenic brutality which the people of Punjab are watching very intently. It is not a mild lathi charge. It is not a cane charge. They are almost killing the people with the sticks.
But I have only Mr. Kingra, can I have two verses too? I'm specifying right now. I shall specify right now, Aditi. I would like to have Ramneek and Bharat Katyayan on the left, and I would please like to have Lokesh Jindal and Akhil Khan on the right. And my question is this, while we fix those windows, my question is this. Listen, hypocrites are hypocrites, है ना? जो दोखलापन करते हैं, झूठ बोलते हैं, दोहरे मापदंड, दो चेहरे वाले लोग जो होते हैं. अब मुझे बताइए, ये प्रशांत भूषण कहाँ है जी?
सर, ये लोग कहीं दिखने नहीं वाले. इनका नाम पूछना भी व्यर्थ है.
भरत दिखते हैं. ये सब आजकल सेल्फी ले रहे हैं भारत टोरो यात्रा में.
ये बिकते वाली कैटेगरी के
नहीं, मगर मेधा पटकर कहाँ है जी? मेधा पटकर कहाँ है? मेधा पटकर प्रोटेस्ट क्यों नहीं कर रही है? मेधा पटकर तो धरना करती है ना हर विषय पर. मेधा पटकर तो सेल्फी ले रहे हैं राहुल गांधी के साथ.
शांत है.
This entire Bharat Jodo Yatra is for the cause of farmers.
हाँ,
for
तो
those
है.
who have been neglected by the government. For those who have been treated as the downtrodden and the marginalized sections of society.
Yeah, don't give me lecture.
When Rahul Gandhi came to Maharashtra, he had special discussions with the farmers.
Congress party
Mr. And
rights would be resolved if farmers are considered as an integral.
You have to understand.
And let me tell you,
first realize there is a debate on certain topics.
BJP and Aam Aadmi Party.
The biggest thank you, Aditi.
A window on a screen. Question something which has some output.
Ramneek.
Patkar. Where is this Ichhadhari Nag Yogendra Yadav? Where are these Prashant Bhushan? ये लोग कहाँ चले गए? Why are they quiet?
Akhil Khan
against other parties, and then he has got other standard for his own party.
Akhil Khan.
Similarly, he has standard for his own state farmers, and he has other standard for other state farmers. He has, you see, Bhagwant Mann has conducted for several weeks meeting with the farmer union, and he said that all your genuine demand will be met, and we are considering all the demands. Even after that, these BJP begged.
Anyway, I think things have gone out of control in Punjab. In Punjab, things are out of control. The law and order situation is bad. The Khalistanis are out. The Khalistani, pro-Khalistani groups. Can I please speak? The pro-Khalistani groups are out on the streets. The law and order is terrible. People are firing rocket launchers. There are gang wars all over. And as we are now seeing, farmers are angry. They are being lathi charged. It's a disastrous government the Aam Aadmi Party is running. Just absolute disaster, beginning to end, that it's running in Punjab. You can ask anyone in Punjab today, they'll tell you. It's a nightmare. And ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to agree with me. Yesterday I told you about how there's a toolkit gang in operation to run down the Kashmir files. Today, I come to you with proof that the so-called Israeli filmmaker Lapid is nothing but a Trojan horse, that it was entirely a political claim. It was not about the film. It is all down to politics. He hates the Indian government's position in Kashmir. He should not have dared to use IFI as a forum for his biased and prejudiced views. Let's debate.
A day after being called out for this comment at India's film festival IFI,
movie Kashmir Files that felt to us like a propaganda vulgar movie, inappropriate for an artistic competitive section of such a prestigious film festival.
Protests have erupted against Israeli filmmaker Nadav Lapid and those who echoed him.
देखिए, मैं इस बंदे को एक एजेंट के रूप में देखता हूँ। इस बंदे को प्लांट किया गया है और उसने इफ़ी के स्टेज पे एक बहुत बड़ा ब्लास्ट किया है। ये एक वाइट कॉलर टेररिस्ट था जो चेयरमैन ऑफ जूरी के नाम पे अपॉइंट किया गया।
ये मूवी थी, ये बराबर एक सच्चाई पे आधारित मूवी थी। ये त्रासदी कश्मीरी पंडितों के साथ 90 से लेके आज तक, क्या वो सब जुटे थे और इस त्रासदी का, जिनोसाइड का ऐसे ही मजाक बनाते रहेंगे?
And now Lapid has released a statement attacking India's position on Kashmir. He says that the movie represents Government of India's position on Kashmir and that it has fascist elements, clearly establishing that the comments he made were essentially political.
And yet, some within, like Mehbooba Mufti, continue their endless stream of praises for him.
It is most unfortunate that People's Democratic Party president, a failed president who's not able to keep her flock together, and a failed chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir who got it in a plate and then frittered away, is trying to join the party with the frustrated and the left-sided, the left-vented man.
But was the Israeli filmmaker simply a Trojan horse of the toolkit gang? Let's debate.
Okay, so Ashok Pandit, it's quite clear that this was all political because Lapid, Ashok Pandit, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ashwini Changru, senior leader of the BJP?
Yes.
It was quite clear to me now,
yes,
Mr. Changru, that this was all political because it is no longer about the film. He started attacking the Indian government. His position of Lapid is against the Indian government's Kashmir policy. What does that tell you? That this was basically a political protest. It was nothing to do with the film.
It is as simple to understand that if we take his statement as it is, then what happened to Jews in Second World War is equally a non-issue. A person of a Jew origin, a person of Israel, speaking in terms of what he has said is a simply political statement with a very heavy workload of political overtones. And in my opinion, if any kind of a group, whosoever he is, refuses to accept what happened to Kashmiri Pandit in Kashmir,
audio is not clear.
Right from 1986 up to this time, he is simply not talking about human rights, he is talking about, or she is talking about political issues. They are trying to make government of India answerable to.
So it's not about. So it's not about. Yesterday there was this group which said that, see, this is about cinema. He is questioning the nature of cinema. Yes, Majid Haidari on the left, Amit Raina on the right, please, Aditi. Thank you. So there was a group which said that you don't understand, he's questioning cinema. Today it's clear to me. Ashok Pandit, can you hear me? I don't know if I have the audio with you yet. But it's quite clear to me, Amit, that this is not about cinema. This is about the Indian policy in Kashmir because Nadav Lapid's comments are not a comment on art. He has justified his comments saying that he's against the film because it justifies the Indian policy in Kashmir. And that is a fascist thing to do, according to him.
Yes, it is very obvious that it is beyond criticism of Kashmir Files, because nowhere Kashmir Files shows what India has been done. In fact, it goes and shows the failures of Indian state at that point of time on how a community was being. But he uses Kashmir Files to target the current administration, to target the concept of India. So there is something more going on. There is something beyond Kashmir Files which is happening here. I am very sure that this is all a pre-planned script. He makes comment on Indian system, India in Kashmir, by seeing a movie which has nothing about the current administration's activity in Kashmir. It is only about the failure of Indian state. He makes the
entire world knows that the Kashmir Files was a propaganda so as to bring about
audio for Amit Raina is not clear. Ashok Pandit is not through. Ashok Pandit, are you through? Ashok Pandit, not through yet. Are you through? No, he's not through. Okay. Okay, having a little problem lining up the guests tonight, quite clearly. But just 1 minute. I'm fixing your audio. Audio is not good. So just to take this forward, he says that my problem is that the government is backing the film. If the film shows the reality, the people of the country and the government will back the film. His problem is with the government level. He has got a problem with the Modi government. And he says that because it supports the Indian policy in Kashmir, the film is propaganda. I'm sure, Ashok, that if it had supported the Pakistani position on Kashmir, then maybe Lapid would have loved it and even the Vadra Congress would have loved it.
Yeah, Arnab, you're absolutely right. So right from the day this episode has happened, I have been calling him a white-collar terrorist because he was planted there on the stage to demean India, to demean and mock the tragedy, the horror, the genocide and ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Pandits. He has supported terrorism on the stage of IFI. It was a well-designed, well-planned strategy of the left supporters, and it was a planned thing which happened there. I condemn this entire episode, the statement, and held responsibility of the organizers of this festival, who called him without checking his background, without checking his past, what kind of thought process he deals with, and what are his statements earlier. So I, as a Kashmiri Pandit, as a filmmaker, I am really hurt that this man has demeaned, this man has mocked my tragedy and my genocide. He has, made a duplicate statements today. He says, I apologize, but I don't apologize also. Because he says that this Kashmiri Files is a film which is vulgar. So he says that my tragedy, depiction of my tragedy is vulgar. Kashmiri Files is a film which depicted my tragedy, my ethnic cleansing, my genocide in the true sense.
Let's focus.
In the true sense.
It's not a propaganda so as to put the whole blame on a religion. The entire world watched us. And India's secular character was put to shame by this particular government. You are a filmmaker, you know that. Every artistic expression requires a multi-dimensional study and a critical analysis of every subject matter. But look at this movie. It is heavily biased on a unidimensional aspect to that entire tragedy that occurred.
No,
and it narrated it to the audience so that there would be a...
You're talking out of your hats. This is the truth.
I did not interject. You better listen to
this
what I'm
is the
saying.
truth.
You better listen to what I'm saying.
This is the truth. Don't talk nonsense. You have hurt my sentiments. There is no other side. There is no other side to the film. There is no other side to my exodus. There is no other side to my genocide. There is no other side to my ethnic cleansing.
Now the government is not some form of a marketing agency so as to come out and propagate
genocide. What are you talking about?
The government has to lay down policies to protect the lives of its citizens, to protect the lives of Kashmiri Pandits. It is shameful for a government so as to
don't I have the right
to its propaganda.
Don't I have the right?
Shame on all the film fraternity who tried to encash upon the plight of Kashmiri Pandits.
It is a duty of the government to expose terrorism. It is a duty of the government to expose terrorism. It is a duty of the government to expose the fundamentalists.
We are ashamed of such a form of government and such people who have used arts and culture as a means to their political end.
You should be ashamed.
I'm sorry. You are ashamed to what where you belong to.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You could have done it better.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
If you were hell-bent upon, if you were even serious about the cause of Kashmiri Pandits, you would have pressed upon the government.
The more essential question is, thank you for that. The more essential question, Nilanjan, is, can I have a quick switch on the right with Nilanjan, please? The more essential question here is, let's be logical. Let's be logical here, Ashok. Ashok, let's be logical. I put the question to Majid and Nilanjan. Yeah, I put the question to Majid and Nilanjan. You see, I found this fellow very suspicious. I found him very suspicious, and I found the reaction of some people who responded to him very suspicious. And the Congress immediately came and supported him. The Congress attacked the Kashmiri Pandits, supported him. Now, what he says today is what I find interesting. Today he says, why was the Indian government supporting this film? What problem is it of yours? You're an Israeli. Who the hell are you to ask? Why is the Indian government supporting the film?
But the fact of the matter is that government of India has not supported the film.
No, 1 minute. First of all, the government of India have not supported the film. The people of the country have supported the film. 1 minute.
No. Arnab, you are completely mistaken.
No.
Arnab, you are completely
Nilanjan, let me complete. Nilanjan, I am not. You are mistaken. I'll tell you why. My point is, a leopard can't hide its spots. A leopard can't hide its spots. The fact of the matter is, Majid, let me complete. He has said today, I watched his words very carefully. He said, this film supports the Indian government's position on Kashmir. Now, you are an Indian citizen, Nilanjan. I would expect an Indian film to support the Indian government's position on Kashmir, not to support the Pakistani government's position of Kashmir. Majid may want that. No, but my question is,
Arnab.
No, why did he say? Ashwini, let Nilanjan answer. Why did the film support the stand of the Indian government on Kashmir? Indian government on Kashmir has a fascist position. Indians are fascist in Kashmir. You're an Israeli. Why are you making a private Israeli citizen?
Who has given him that right? No, I am not concerned about what this fellow has said.
No, but I am most concerned about it. You should be too. You should be concerned.
Let's be real. The film
because he's revealed himself. You should be concerned.
Propaganda film.
No. You should be concerned about why. His position was not about the film. He was taking a position against the Indian government's position on Kashmir. I think this man is a Trojan horse. He's a Pakistani agent.
Or no, why are you even
He's without doubt a Pakistani agent.
Let's talk about the film.
The man is a Pakistani agent.
Or no, why are we talking about this fellow?
Why are you not talking about the fact that he's taken a position on our government's position on Kashmir? I support the Indian government's position on Kashmir. I support the Indian government's position on Kashmir. You should too. That is the only issue tonight. This man is a politician. He's a Trojan horse. He's a Pakistani agent.
Or no, let's come together and demand for a film on Godra file.
What is?
We would like to know how the Mr. Home Minister had taught lessons to them.
You make it.
I won't name them.
Why don't you make it? You make it.
Sir,
who's stopping you to make it?
Sir, you are a filmmaker. Please make it.
You make it.
But Arnab,
you make it, Nilanjan. You make it, Nilanjan. And start with the detail of the burning of the Sabarmati Express. You start with the great detail of the burning of the Sabarmati Express where people are burnt alive. You include that too.
Fingers will have a problem on everything. That is their stand. These are fascist people. Let's get rid of them.
Lapid is exposed. He's a Trojan horse.
Absolutely fascist people.
Arnab,
I can't get Mr. Chungru's audio properly. It's a real
on your show.
disaster there, the audio there. Amit is on the debate. Amit is saying something. Amit is saying something. The debate is on. For the next 1 minute, it shall be Amit Raina versus Majid Haidari on the debate. Just two on the screen, please. Thank you. Let's move it fast. Amit Raina.
Massacres have been committed to get Hindus out of those villages. Women were raped, gang raped and cut alive on bandsaws. They made a mother dance on the body of her son. They made a wife eat rice soaked in her husband's blood. They dragged a couple in a jeep. Their skin peeled out. And if they find it vulgar, if they find these shots vulgar, imagine how vulgar the truth would be. How vulgar the truth is. They get worried because the truth is vulgar. Yes, it is vulgar. It is vulgar. The brutality. The brutality is propaganda for you. The brutality was so harsh that you find when you get exposed, you find it propaganda. You call it propaganda.
Yes, now let me explain. The endless pain and tragedy of Kashmiri Pandits is sacrosanct. It's sacred. Whatever you want.
I don't need a certificate from you. It is sacrosanct. Then get up and come and join me in my picture. Do not make this statement.
Movie is horrific hallucination.
Vivek made a movie. You make a movie. You go and make a movie.
Money, he minted fortunes.
Then I said to fund you. Fund you in Sunday.
Begging for justice.
Well, made a movie. We are thankful to it. It exposed
BJP government supported illegal.
Who kept on saying genocide did not happen? Who kept on blaming Jagmohan? Who kept on blaming third parties? But did not blame the ideology. They did not blame the ideology which made them pick up the gun and kill. They did not blame the ideology which made them rape women.
Nilanjan and then on the right. Please, if he's dropped, then put Nilanjan on the right.
Genocide of Kashmiri Pandit. You found every excuse in every other person.
Let's get real.
Real villains. Not in the people. Not in the ideology which was responsible for all the causes.
I am very real. What makes you feel I'm not real? You're the unreal person. I'll tell you one thing. When someone uses this...
Why are you not discussing? What has the Modi government done for this Kashmiri Pandits? Kashmir is a union territory right now.
What has Modi government done for you people like you who call a movie on genocide of Kashmir in this? Yes, I also want to know what have they done to people like you who call a movie on the genocide of Kashmiri Pandit a propaganda. You should be booked in the genocide law.
Of course it was a propaganda.
Which you and which India is signed is a part. You should be booked as a terrorist.
You declared it tax-free. You declared it tax-free. The BJP telecasted it on giant screen.
Yes, it should be tax-free. Why not? 1 minute. Ashok Pandit on the left. Ashok.
Why should it be?
Ashok.
Let's make
Why
a
should
film
it not
on
be?
Godra files.
Why should it not?
Let's make a film on Godra files. Let's make a film.
Who's stopping you? Who's stopping you?
Who's
stopping you? Make the film. Who's stopping you?
You make it now.
Who's stopping you?
You make it.
And why don't you make it?
You make.
I'm not a filmmaker. You make it.
Why don't you make it?
I'm not your servant.
Why don't you make it?
I'm not your servant.
You don't have the spine to do that. You don't have the spine. I'm not a filmmaker. I'm not a filmmaker.
You make it. I'm not a bloody servant. Okay? Arnab, Kashmir files.
Whoever makes a film on Godra files or the flight of the Bengalis in Assam is a pervert.
Exposed terrorist. Kashmir files. Brought in the truth.
Sir, let's not get into this nonsensical jingoism that you love to do. This is not helping the country in any way. Let's discuss what this disgusting government has done for the Kashmiri Pandits. Now, Jammu and Kashmir is a union territory. What has the Modi government done for the Kashmiri Pandits? Why have you not returned to the valley? Why are you sitting at Mumbai? Why have you not returned to the valley?
Exposing these left liberals, these communists.
Don't expose yourself. Don't expose yourself. Don't be a lackey of the government.
It was duty
Don't
of
be
the
a lackey of this government.
It was duty of the government.
Of this fascist government that loves to.
Okay, couple of minutes. This toolkit gang doesn't like us.
Mr. Pandit, why have you not returned to the valley?
Ashok, listen. See, the problem with you is I'm concerned. You don't shout so much, not good for your health. You're a friend of mine, but listen to me. You think the toolkit gang likes you, likes me? No, they hate me.
No, but
they hate me. Listen to me.
Speaking lies.
Are Baba, listen to me.
It's not about who hates you
listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Are Baba, Nilanjan. Listen to me. Okay.
We need justice.
Now my question is my question.
Issues or no?
Just 1 minute, please, Nilanjan. Wait a minute. Can you both stop sparring for a minute? I go by evidence. I present one evidence out here. He said this fellow, this radicalized Lapid said, all the other members of the jury are also very shocked and they feel it's a propaganda and fascist film. Now, if that is the case, stop nodding your head, Majid, listen to the whole question. There is an American film producer, Jinko Goto. He's not backed Nadav. There's a Spanish documentary filmmaker, Javier Angulo Barturen. He has not backed this fellow, Nadav. There's a French film editor, Pascal Chavans. He has also not come out and supported Nadav, which means Nadav is not just... He's not just a political fellow, he's also a full-fledged liar. He's a liar. L-I-A-R. Okay? Like liar wire. Now listen to me. If the problem is with the Kashmir policy. Yes, Majid, speak. I won't censor you. Speak. Your audio is muted. I have not muted you.
Kashmiri Pandit tragedy. We need justice. They have been seeking justice, seeking for justice, and nobody is delivering justice, not even BJP, which is
You're a
in the
fake.
for the last 15 years.
You're acting. Don't act. Don't be a hypocrite.
So why should Kashmiri Pandits get justice? Why are we talking about a businessman who minted fortunes out of their treasury? He sold their treasury for his personal motive and for the motive.
You have no right to talk about it because you are responsible for my genocide.
Ashok Bhai, why are you defending BJP over it? The BJP government openly supported him.
You have no right to talk about us because you are supporting.
Why should you beg for BJP here? BJP has done nothing.
You are responsible for my genocide. You are responsible for my radicalization. You have no right to talk about Kashmiri Pandits' welfare because you are responsible. Because you are responsible for my genocide. You have supported terrorism. You have supported terrorists. You have no right to talk about us.
What is BJP doing for you?
Lokesh. No. The government has done a lot for Kashmir, and on Kashmir, I think the government is spot on. The problem is Lokesh.
Do you even have a decency? You are holding this particular person responsible for the tragedy that happened in Kashmir. Sir, do you have some shame? Yes. Apologize right now.
Congress comes out in support of Majid Aidil. Amit Raina and Ashok Pandit.
Apologize right now.
Tell him.
How dare you say this?
Malik is a terrorist. Ask him.
So we are not denying that. Treat terrorists like this. How dare you call this particular person responsible for the tragedy of Kashmiri Pandits?
This man is a terror supporter.
How dare you say it?
Ask him.
Mind your language.
Speak
responsibly while you are there on a national television.
Ask him.
You are being heard by
a terrorist or not. Don't teach me.
Shouting.
Don't teach me. He is a terrorist supporter. He is a terrorist supporter.
Now listen to me
people
carefully.
like him
Listen to me carefully.
Responsible for my genocide. People like him
when I'm talking about the tragedy, the entire nation stands firm with the cause of the Kashmiri Pandits. The entire nation stands for the cause of Kashmiri Pandits.
Because you don't.
But we do not want this particular issue to be merely commercialized and politicized.
You don't.
Let us come together.
Lokesh, I have a question.
Let us make sure that
we applaud.
Lokesh, I have a question. Lokesh, I have a question for you. Ashok, 1 minute, wait. Lokesh, take a question. Lokesh, take a question. Take a question. Lokesh, listen. Ashok, please wait for a minute, yaar. Please. Ashok, please. Ashok, please stop for a minute. I'm asking a question. I'll tell you who's responsible, who compromised Kashmir, in my view, and I'll tell you, you'll have to let me speak. The man who compromised Kashmir the most is a person called Rajiv Gandhi. And I'll tell you why. Rajiv Gandhi compromised.
What about the BJP?
Well, let me complete, I'll tell you. No. Let me complete. Rajiv Gandhi, 7th of March 1986, he sacked the chief minister, he imposed governor's rule, am I right? Right? And then he said that Mufti Sahab, please come, I will make you a member of parliament in the Rajya Sabha and I'll make you a union minister. And you very well know that Mufti Muhammad Saeed was instigating anti-Hindu violence. Mufti Muhammad Saeed was instigating anti-Hindu violence in Anantnag in 1986, right or wrong? Was he instigating anti-Hindu violence or not? Why did the Congress embolden and support such a man?
It was Rajiv Gandhi.
Which is why I said the BJP was wrong to tie up with him. Mr. Chungru.
That all party sections, they are brought into the main
places
political
of worship and properties were vandalized
and it was
by
in
people belonging to
during the time period of BPC that there was the exodus of
President of Congress in Kashmir.
Encashed upon the issue. It simply politicized the issue, carried out the Rath Yatra, but it did not do anything about the Kashmiri Pandit.
Amit Raina on the left, Amit Raina.
It is not important.
Yes, right in the heart of Anantnag, South Kashmir. It was Mufti Muhammad Saeed, who was then the Pradesh Congress Committee President. And then Rajiv Gandhi goes and signs the Farooq Abdullah Rajiv Accord. And then they go and cheat in the election. Then they go and cheat in in the election, which they were responsible for a bogus election, and then they will release 70 terrorists.
What is the
70 hardcore terrorists who had been trained in Pakistan, who had been caught by Jammu Kashmir police, Rajiv Gandhi and Farooq Abdullah together release those 70 terrorists. When Kashmiri Pandit delegation goes to meet Rajiv Gandhi and says things are not right in Kashmir, he says, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, वो मेरा दोस्त है. My friendship is more important than you.
Paid employee of BJP. Are you saying this just?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just 1 minute out here.
JP.
Fact is today I feel bad. You think, Nilanjan, I don't feel bad at the fact that you put up people like you put up Lapid. Lapid was your last hope. Have you ever thought, Nilanjan, why people like you and Lokesh Jindal and Majid Haidari have no public support? Because you have a choice. You want to be with India, you want to be with Lapid. You want to be with India, you want to be with Greta Thunberg.
You want to discuss all this nonsense because you
It's your choice. I call you the Lapid gang. Like the Tukre gang, there's also the Lapid gang. And ladies and gentlemen, that's on a lighter note, and I shall see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. 9 o'clock tomorrow sharp. Till then, thank you for watching. Good night and goodbye.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आग को फैलने से रोकना मुश्किल है, पर नामुमकिन नहीं। अब फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम आग से बचाए।
झाके रे झाके, झरोखे से झाके, हैरत से आंखें, अपनी सी दुनिया नई रंगी लागे, ख्यालों की खिड़की से मन कूदे भागे। झाके रे झाके, झरोखे से झाके, देख के दम है छोटे बड़े सारे। झाके रे झाके, चल कोई ताके, तरक्की को टुक टुक हर कोई ताके। झाके रे झाके, झरोखे से झाके।
Reimagineering brighter futures with smarter steels. ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India. Smarter steels, brighter futures.
ये कानून 3 साल पहले पारित हो चुका है। अगर दम जिसके पास है वो चालू करा रहा, ये तो सेंट्रल कानून है, ये सेंट्रल लेजिस्लेशन है। मोदी सरकार के पास है, उनकी जेब में है। सीए लागू कराने किसने रोका है? क्यों नहीं लागू कर सकते? सीए अगर लागू होगी ना, ज्यादा हिंदू लोगों का खतरा बनेगी। ये मैं आज से आप इसको संज्ञान में ले लेना चाहिए कि ये जो सीए है और जो एनआरसी है, ये बस चुनावी ये औजार है। सिर्फ चुनाव की मकसद के लिए ये सारे की बात हो रहे हैं, सीए और एनआरसी। बस ये बात हमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है। अगर सरकार चाहे तो कर सकते हैं, सरकार उनके पास है। ये हो सकता है, अगर कोई शासन के लिए कुछ भी हो सकता है, हमें इसमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है। कानून व्यवस्था को अगर सही ढंग से चलाना है, इसके लिए कोई निर्णय ले सकते हैं सरकार की अपनी ये अधिकार बनते हैं।
Around 7 a.m., a massive fire broke out in a plastic factory in Lilua area in Havra district of West Bengal. The factory was filled with
गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एंटी रेडिकलाइजेशन एक्ट को लेकर, सेल को लेकर बात कर रही है। इसे क्या अब राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर देखने को मिलेगा?
देखिए, एक एक्सपेरिमेंट है, प्रोएक्टिव एक्शन है, और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जरूरी एक्शन है। बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लिया है प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने। एक बार यहाँ पर सेल चालू हो जाएगा, बहुत सारे राज्य भी इसको स्टडी करके अपने अपने यहाँ लाएंगे।
लेकिन सर, इस पर अभी से विपक्ष राजनीति करने लगा है।
वो ठीक है, उनका काम है, वो करे, जनता को निर्णय करना।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
In a fatal road accident, 6 people have lost their lives while 15 others severely injured in Uttar Pradesh's Bahraj. Initial reports suggest that the accident took place due to a collision between a roadways bus and a truck in Tapesipa area. Police teams rushed to the spot and injured were shifted to the nearest hospital.
प्राथमिकता के आधार पर पुलिस बल सवेरे से ही तैनात है। जैसे ही घटना की सूचना मिली, पुलिस के लोगों ने रेस्क्यू किया है और जो घायल हैं गंभीर रूप से उनका जिला अस्पताल में इलाज चल रहा है। शेष सामान्य घायल यहाँ CSC पर हैं और बाकी सारी चीज़ें इसकी जांच कराई जा रही है।
However, according to the officials, cause of the accident is yet to be confirmed. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Indian and US forces is underway in Oli of Uttarakhand. There's a drill which they are right now showcasing, and that's the search and rescue operation.